Corpse Smoothie says, my daughter won't stop asking how many dinosaurs you've dug up. You mean so far this summer? 0. We're just starting our workout here. But over the course of my career, I've dug up, shoot, I don't know how many individual dinosaurs. Probably close to 100? I don't know. I've dug up a lot of different dinosaurs in the past. I've been digging dinosaurs since 2011. So, yeah, if that was only 10 dinosaurs a year, that would be over 100. Some years it's definitely been more than 10, though. So, yeah.
Yep. You're wandering around, Danny, keeping out for my baseball cap. It disappeared during the dust devil. Oh, there it is. Wow, you're good, man. Ask and you shall receive.
Thanks, Don. Yeah.
I looked all around it. Look over there. There.
Yeah.
Got your hat?
Yeah, it was serious.
Yeah. Oh, can we take a look at Don's running shirt of the day?
Oh, yeah.
This is our running series. Don's running shirt of the day.
That's just a squatter's ale.
You want to see the data? Me too, Balint. Show me the data, you know? Yeah. Pretend like I'm ignoring her, and she'll jump right up on my lap. Watch. See? Oh, moon pie.
So this is what we call an alvarezsaur. It is him, yes, Dr. Terry, yeah. One of our very favorite dinosaurs here. So these bizarre, feathered, super short-armed, big-clawed, insect-eating dinosaurs. So this is another model that was produced by Boban Filipovic. And he actually won the Lazendorf National Geographic Paleo Art Prize for sculpture in 2018. So that is the award right there. And as you can see, it is well-deserved. This is gorgeous. Photographs really just don't do it justice. Just the intricate feathering around the face. You've got little feathery eyelashes there. Yeah, it's just, like bristly whisker-like feathers all around, too. Yeah, It's worth it to see you appreciate the effort poured into it. Oh, P-Funkai, this is an incredible game, and I am so amazed at all of the people who have poured so much effort into it. It's incredible. And I want to see it continue to grow and become successful, and so I'm going to be streaming this a lot. And I'm honestly having so much more fun with this than I would with a more popular game like Ark or The Isle or the Jurassic World game or whatever. This is where it's at, and I am so excited about it. Oh, yeah.
Triassic, but also in the 21st century.
Yep. Plate tectonics never stops.
It never stops. So,
I promise I did not pre-watch this. Somebody clip that. He's right. Plate tectonics never stops. Plate tectonics, you know? Yeah.
I think this is appropriate, yeah. It's hanging 10 on Champsosaurus. Best feature of the game right here. They should make this a mini game. Oh, into the Cypress tree. Ah! It's cool to be this close to one of their descendants. Really neat. You're beautiful. You know that? Look at that eye moving around there. Beautiful.
This would normally be the base, except we have all this older material here, giving us a record we didn't know before. And, you know, if you got 25 million years between your first Cretaceous record and the last Jurassic, you know, you can't talk about extinction. Anything can happen in 25 million years.
Seriously, yeah.
It'd be just total gradual change. But now that we've really been closing that gap,
It's clear that there's something
it's clear
abrupt
there's
going on.
something seriously happening with a final turnover at that point.
Which is, I mean, it's almost complete, right? I mean, I guess you get ankylosaurs that make it across.
Basically, you know, we have almost the base of the Cretaceous here. Most of the gap that's left is in the top of the Morrison. You know, but we have latest Jurassic Morrison-style faunas in Portugal that go right to the boundary. So we know the, you know, things Supersaurus, Stegosaurus, you know, all that stuff just kept going there to the end of the Jurassic. So I think pretty clearly to me is something is happening at the end of the Jurassic, and it's just not explained by a big gap.
Yeah.
You know, so
That's really interesting.
And
Is that reflected in marine stuff like ammonites today?
I'm not the ammonites. I'm not sure how good they are, but there is these little capsule-shaped microfossils or calliopernids or something, calliopellads that are biostratigraphy, real useful in late Jurassic, and they go right to the base of the Cretaceous, into the base. And then go out. In fact, a lot of the Europeans think we should raise the Jurassic-Cretaceous boundary up into the Berriasian. And to me, that might make some sense. But we got to date the bottom of this, because we definitely have a Cretaceous fauna. And this stuff in here is probably at least upper Berriasian. Because the upper yellow cap we've got very well dated is what we call Valanginian, about 135 million. And this stuff is lower. But we don't have as many good dates in this. We have better dates at the Utahraptor level.
Pretty cool. So, dwarf mammoth and supersized imperial mammoth. Pretty neat. I guess it goes to show that, like, the proboscidean bow plan, body plan, is really versatile. I mean, it can work at a massive scale like this, and it can work much smaller, too. Oh, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Yeah. Yeah.
Deserves some even more enthusiasm. That's so neat. Wow, let me see if I can match the pose. Dino news. Somebody clip that. Dino news. Dino news. That is so cool. I don't even know what to say.
And then who in the chat can tell me what this is right here? What's become the official term published in the literature for this array of tail spikes there? Anybody tell me? Yeah, there you go, Jim. The thagomizer. This array of tail spikes, most likely used for defense. We actually have a number of theropod dinosaurs with, like, really grievous injuries to certain bones in their bodies. And those at least seem to match up with those wickedly long spikes there. Pretty cool. Yeah. Well, we've got a hype train going. Thank you, everybody. I really appreciate the support.
Maybe a skull bone or something like that. We'd probably be working a little bit more slowly, but, like, it's high priority to get this thing out of here so we can get to the more important bones underneath. And here comes the flip. Beautiful. Textbook.
A little bit of bone there, but it came out just clean. It's probably from your bone.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Let me get some glue and then we're good to go.
We got out there this morning and bailed some water out of the Iguanodontian quarry, and that was, yeah. I don't know. We'd done some decent trenching and everything, so the bone's gonna be okay. But
if I had moved the wash, believe me, that would have been full.
oh yeah,
you know?
yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Now, did that wash flow? No.
Oh yeah.
That did.
Definitely.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it was. I took some video of it. It was pretty impressive. That berm that I built there, really glad I did, or that would have been coming into the court. Holy cow! Yeah.
It's really important to you know, quarry engineering. You know, people don't think of it.
I did a lot of that in the Hell Creek, the Leptoceratops site. That was
there was a quarry the Brigham Young University did for Apatosaur, near the Mill Canyon dinosaur site, right in the side of a wash. And basically, when I decided to check it out, and I went there, the thing was filled with water. Pelve, you know, probably over a 10-foot deep quarry hole. It filled with water. You could look through the murky water and see white of these big jackets over the pelvis and things. Those came out okay. You know, the bones are prepped and they look good, but generally I don't like to see my jackets underwater.
No, not a good thing.
Particularly in the Morrison Formation, because often those shales, they didn't go into the bone at all. They swell, swelling clays that are derived from volcanic ash.
Yeah.
And as they expand, they blow your bones up. You know, I saw a whole beautiful Camptosaur bone turned into dust one time.
That's a nightmare.
Cover your quarry, particularly in the Morrison.
Yep. But yeah, our Apatosaurus right here. So sauropods, they tend to have pretty small heads, at least compared to their body and compared to their full length. And a big part of that is that they had long necks. You don't want to have a huge, heavy head at the end of a very long neck. Just is not going to work well. If you're going to have a long neck, you should have a nice, small head at the end that'll be fairly lightweight, easy to kind of swing around. So yeah, the fact that these guys had small heads and relatively small brains was an excellent adaptation. If you've got a big, you know, a humongous brain at the end of a very long neck, you're going to have circulatory problems. It's not going to go well for you. So yeah, having a small head, small brain, is part of the recipe for success for these dinosaurs. One of the reasons why they were so remarkably successful. We've got sauropod dinosaurs from all 7 continents now, including Antarctica. And basically we have them from the beginning of the Jurassic period until the very end of the Cretaceous. They were definitely doing something right.
Oh, Ted Deschler retired recently? I didn't know that. Interesting. It's kind of rare for a paleontologist to retire. Usually we just die.
And look at this. Face to face with Jane. Very cool. It's a fleshed out model of her head. And is she shedding some skin there? What is that? Look at those big old eyes. So this is a dinosaur that would have had very, very keen senses. Very sharp eyesight. In fact, had that same kind of binocular vision that adult Tyrannosaurus has. So she could actually see directly in front of her. Like that. Would have had very acute hearing and a tremendous sense of smell. We know this by studying the brain cavity of Tyrannosaurus. We can make what we call an endocast, which is basically like a replica of the structure of the brain. We can see how big certain parts of the brain are. And the parts that are associated with vision and hearing are pretty well developed, but the part of the brain that's associated with smell, the olfactory bulbs, are enormous on Tyrannosaurus, just huge. So we know that this creature had an incredible sense of smell also.
Jacket or a field jacket around the fossils to safely get them out of the ground and back to the laboratory. So think of it like a protective cocoon that we put around the bones to protect them as we transport them back to the museum. So the lower jaw is in that right there. We've got another lower jaw right here in the ground. And there it is right there. And so hopefully tomorrow we can trench around this a little bit more. And then we put some paper towel over it. And we take some burlap strips, we soak them in plaster of Paris, stick them over the top, almost like a broken arm or broken leg. And then once that hardens over the top, you got like a nice top jacket there to protect the top of it. And then you dig around the sides. Maybe you put a side strip around, then eventually you flip it. And then you clear away the rock from the other side, and then you put plaster and burlap on the other side of it. That's plaster jacketing. Yeah, maybe I'll be showing more of that tomorrow. But
if you paid $27 million for a dinosaur skeleton, you are getting played. They're not worth that much. I mean, like, this took a few $1,000s to dig up, and then, you know, a few thousand more to prep and to store and to clean and, you know, consolidate, like all the other stuff. You're dealing with probably less than $100,000, being generous. Yeah. So if you had even $1 million, you could go out and find 5 T-Rexes like this and dig them up, put them on display, whatever you want. So if you buy a dinosaur like that, you are getting ripped off.
Oh, greetings from Alameda, California, in the beautiful San Francisco Bay Area. Hope you're having a good day. Normally, my streams are from indoors, or they have been up until this point. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, you know, go over all kinds of fossil news, I answer all sorts of questions about dinosaurs and about the history of life on our beautiful planet. But this summer, I'm going to be streaming, like this, doing mobile live streams. Going to be visiting a bunch of different dinosaur museums around the Intermountain West, visiting some dinosaur quarries, maybe even doing some fieldwork here or there. It's going to be pretty cool. So, if you're interested in that kind of thing, I encourage you to follow along. Should be a really good time.
There was a partial skull, I think, from the 1970s, 1940, but it wasn't very good. And then in the 2000s, they started to find one or two nice, complete skulls of Thescelosaurus. And they found that it looked really quite different from Hypsilophodon. It had like a long, pointy snout and various other features that mark it out as being quite distinct. So a number of years ago, let's say 3 years ago, actually, no, it was pre-COVID, so it would have been about 2019 probably. We climbed into the pit and we got out our saw and we sawed the head off the Thescelosaurus. And I tell the kids, as is traditional in Britain, I put it on public display.
On a pike, yeah.
Yeah, on a spike, to serve as a warning for other dinosaurs. And we got a cast from a Trebold of a nice reconstruction of the real skull and stuck it on there.
Surviving ants may be able to regroup and rebuild. But when they do, the pangolin will be there to destroy it all over again.
Get wrecked, ants! And is that dotted bit an impression of the skin? It is, Moonrise Rabbit. Thank you. I almost forgot. This is an impression of the skin right here. This kind of pebbly texture like this. That is duck-billed dinosaur skin. Pretty neat. These guys must have had such tough skin in order to have it be preserved like this. We're not talking about like kind of leathery skin like on an elephant. We're talking about like pebbly, almost like on a Komodo dragon, but much, much bigger. You know, tough, tough skin. Tough enough that when most of this animal rotted away, bits of the skin were still there and got buried in the sand along with the bones. So, pretty darn cool, right? Yeah. People talk about like, oh, what does life mean? You know, what is my purpose? Where did we come from? Well, the thing is, paleontology tells us where we came from. If people want to ask that question, then I hope that they'd be willing to, you know, look at the facts about that. Look at the evidence. Look at the fossils that actually teach us about that, you know? So I don't know. That's kind of a rambling answer. Hopefully that gives you something to work with. I don't know. That's the sort of thing that gets me up in the morning, you know? Paleontology gives us context, gives us perspective that we wouldn't otherwise have. That's pretty cool. That's one of the things that makes us human, that we can not only ask, where did we come from? How did everything here come to be? We can actually find the answers. Ooh, thank you, Dorkalotl. Science is it's a way of thinking about the world. It's a way of asking questions. It's a way of testing ideas. It's a way of being curious about things in an organized way. Anyone can be good at science. Like, if you can formulate questions and you can think about stuff, you can be good at science. You know? I think there are so many people around the world who think that they're bad at science, and it's just that they've never been taught science properly. And there are vested interests that want people to think that they're bad at science. They want people to misunderstand these concepts and stuff, and we'll talk about that. That's what this clip is leading up to.
Yes, you're the biggest man in the world now, and you're covered in gold.
14-karat gold? Take a hike, boss. I'm running things now.
All hail King Homer.
Right at the beginning.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. Sorry, we've, one of my landlords has showed up to collect rent here. It's good to see everybody. How are you? Welcome. I'm sorry I'm late today. This often happens on Tuesdays. But, I'm glad you're here, and we're gonna have a good stream today. I don't have a great deal prepared for today's stream, but maybe that's for the best. Today we're going to be talking about what's going on in this country, the United States, in terms of science. We're going to be talking about why science is so important to society. And we might even get into what we can do about it, how we can help improve things. But right now, top priority is to attend to Ms. Sweetie Pie here. Let's make sure that she is well sated. Well, welcome to Paleontologizing, everybody. Here, let me introduce myself real quick, especially for anybody who's new. My name is Danny Anduza. I work on dinosaurs. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. Now, a paleontologist is a researcher, a scientist who works on fossils, who works on reconstructing the history of life on Earth. I specialize in dinosaurs in particular, hence dinosaur paleontologist. And yeah, other paleontologists work on all kinds of other critters. When I say critters, I mean organisms, life forms. Everything from fossil whales to fossil bacteria. From fossil redwood trees to fossil algae. From cats, like Sweetie Pie here. Cats have got a pretty cool fossil record. To things like fossil fungi. All the way to dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are probably what most people think of when they think of paleontology, but it's really just the tip of the iceberg. I happen to study the tip of the iceberg, though. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. But I always like to disclaim right at the beginning of these streams, so no one can accuse me of being a dinosaur chauvinist. Anywho, yeah. Oh, Sweetie Pie, let's get you some treats, shall we? Let's get you some treats. How's that sound? You like that idea? There's hair all over my desk now for the past, 2 minutes. But, that's... I realize that comes with the territory, huh? What I signed up for when I moved in here. And as far as landlords go, you're one of the good ones, Sweetie Pie. Gotta say. But look at all this. My goodness, it's frankly too many. Run over, babe. There we go. Yeah. From cats to Carnotaurus. There you go, Charlie's Dragon, yeah. Yeah. Oh, good stuff, Sweetie Pie. Good stuff. Yeah. There you go, Harley, yeah. Good stuff, sweetie. Yeah. Anywho, I hope everybody's having a good day right now. And if you're not, I hope this stream can help improve things in some small way, We're here to talk about science. We're here to find some camaraderie around our appreciation for the history of life on Earth. I'm glad you're here, and I hope you stick around. We'll also be talking about Marsh Madness again today. If you missed yesterday's stream, then you'll be, hopefully, very grateful that you're here today, because there's still these brackets to fill out. We're having a month-long special event where after today, I think starting tomorrow, let's start it tomorrow, shall we? We will be having head-to-head matchups between different dinosaurs, which were described by the United States' first professor of paleontology, Othniel Charles Marsh, hence Marsh Madness. It's a single round elimination. Is that a single round elimination contest. 16 different dinosaurs. You can print out your bracket, fill it out, and the winner of each day's contest will actually be decided by this Twitch chat via poll, and it's gonna be a lot of fun. So yeah, get those brackets filled out. I think we've got a couple more too that are new. Let's take a look at those. Let's see. Here we are. Yeah. There is the blank bracket right there that you can fill out. There's a link to it in the chat as well. And hi to you, Digital Dag. Howdy, howdy. Nerduino, good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Here's my bracket. I've got Dryosaurus winning it all. Maybe that's not wise, but I don't know. I like Dryosaurus. It all comes down to your preferences, chat, honestly. We'll be holding votes for each of these. Casey Snowart's got Stegosaurus winning it all. I think it's a pretty good bet, actually. Stegosaurus is one of the top seeds. Actually, the number 1 seed on our chart.
What you doing?
Charlie's Dragon has Apatosaurus winning the whole thing. Apatosaurus, aka Brontosaurus, depending on who you ask. Yeah. And Insifan says, what's a Dryosaurus? What's a Dryosaurus? My goodness, only the king of the dinosaurs. Here, what's a Dryosaurus? Let me show you. Here we go. Dryosaurus is a dinosaur that lived in the late Jurassic Morrison Formation, or in the environment represented today in the Morrison Formation. So it lived about 150 million years ago, at the end of the Jurassic period here in North America. Take a look. So which of these magnificent dinosaurs is Dryosaurus? There it is. Look at him. Look at him. Dryosaurus. Truly the most spectacular of all dinosaurs. Stegosaurus just pales in comparison, you know, to the majesty that is Dryosaurus. Stegosaurus is, of course, the number 1 seed on the list. Oh. Anywho. Yeah. That's funny. Both of those dinosaurs, Stegosaurus and Dryosaurus here, were both described by Othniel Charles Marsh. That's why they're some of our Marsh Madness dinosaurs. Camarasaurus here, however, was named by his arch-rival Edward Drinker Cope. Maybe next year. If Marsh Madness is a success this year, maybe next year we will include some of Cope's dinosaurs in our bracket as well. Maybe we'll expand the league, so to speak. And maybe there'll be a major upset where one of Cope's dinosaurs, like Camarasaurus or Coelophysis, maybe they'll win the whole thing. We'll see. And is that John Goodman as narrator? You bet. E to the 2I pi. Yes, indeed. This is from the 2001 series When Dinosaurs Roamed America. It's one TV movie, I guess.
65 million years, they're back. Experience the ultimate journey back in time and see dinosaurs as you've never seen them before in Discovery Channel's When Dinosaurs Roamed America.
I was so excited about this when I was a kid.
Buy your copy today.
Oh, man. But it is indeed narrated by John Goodman right there. Stars Karen Chin, Philip Curry, and Jim Kirkland. Where's Jim? There's Papa Jim right there. I just talked to Jim on the phone today, which is one of the reasons why I'm a little bit late. But, yeah.
A dangerous, magical place. Ruled by terrifying creatures. The dinosaurs.
Yeah, that's a Stephen Fry thing. I don't know. Is Jim in that? Anywho, yeah. You saw Jim in the, cold open video, in that clips loop right there. Yeah. Oh, Papa Jim is, well, he is. He's a little overworked right now. We're actually going to be talking about that a little bit today. There is a project in Utah that could really use our help. I've been kind of putting off talking about this live on stream until I have a little bit more information. But I might be making a trip out to Utah in the next month. Maybe a few trips out to Utah in the next month. To help with an emergency excavation. But we'll get to that later. Jim will be out there too at some point. But yeah. Yeah. Anywho. Sounds pretty cool. Yeah, Caravan. And they're looking for some funds too. I don't know if it's feasible, but I'd like to be able to run a fundraiser. We need to raise a couple $1,000 potentially to get an excavator. You know, some heavy machinery, maybe a bobcat or something to the site. We might be able to help with that. So we'll see. I also asked Jim if he could come on to one of our broadcasts at some point in the near future just to talk about this project. So I could have him help explain why it's so important. So we'll see about that too. Yeah. Do they need a driver at Salamander? I think we already have somebody. We need the equipment rental, but we have a pilot already. Somebody with the Utah Friends of Paleontology. But construction site deadlines? Yes, Golganak, actually, yes. Yeah. Yeah. In fact, why don't we just talk about that right now? Find Jim here on Blue Sky and Fun. Oh. Jim retweeted our March Madness thing. Thank you, Jim. I appreciate that. Yeah. But let's see. Where was that? This is some of the stuff that we'll be talking about here is right there, but here. Oh, that's funny. I need to finish this logo. Shoot, Jim is already using this in some of his social media stuff. We did this live on stream. We put this together, remember? For Dawn of the Cretaceous National Fossil Beds concept. Jim's already using this. He must have like grabbed this as a screenshot. Anyway. But I think he's got it here somewhere. Where was that? In St. George, Utah, there are going to be some emergency excavations on an extraordinarily important fossil site that is going to be destroyed in an upcoming construction project. I'm seeing it here. I think he sent it to me via email, though. Let me look real quick. There we go. There it is right there. Help us dig for fossils. This is the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site, one of the most important dinosaur ichno sites on the planet. And the Utah Friends of Paleontology are trying to help with this too. In spring of 2025, dinosaur discovery paleontologists and volunteers will begin excavating bone beds across the street from the existing site, and we need your help. Here is a Venmo link right there. If you happen to be in this area around St. George, Utah, Las Vegas is really like the closest big city to this place. You can become a volunteer and help to find and catalog Jurassic fossils at an active dig site. Email Jaleesa Buquitz at deputycurator@utah.dinosaurs.org for details. Or, if you're not nearby, you can help support our efforts to discover, collect, protect, and interpret fossils found during our excavation efforts. Please donate here or scan the QR codes below. So this one and this one right there. Again, I'm going to see if I can have Jim come on to talk about this. Maybe as soon as Thursday. I got to ask him about it. We'll see if Andrew can maybe appear too. I need to talk to him. I'm going to call him tomorrow morning. In fact, actually, before I forget, let me text him right now. Let's see. This is Andrew Milner, who is the curator of the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site. Oh, and he texted me like earlier this month when I was sick, and I didn't get back to him. Yeah. Back at 100% now, after being ill, and I'll give you a call tomorrow, Wednesday. I realize you're really busy, but can I give you a call tomorrow, Wednesday morning? There we go. Yeah, sorry. Things have been crazy lately, chat. Sometimes if I don't do things on stream, they just don't get done. This is a significant chunk of my day, like 5 or sometimes 6 hours. So I appreciate your patience here. But, yeah. Here, let me put a... Well, I'll be organizing some of this stuff into some commands and some links and things that'll be clickable later. A lot of this stuff is still kind of up in the air at the moment, and like, we're still trying to figure out the schedule for a lot of this, but we're gonna have some major excavations going on in southern Utah, in the town of St. George, kind of near Las Vegas, Nevada, actually. And,
soldiers and their weapons would be powerless before the onslaught of the beast.
Sorry, the what? The who? I didn't catch that. Rilo Rolo, what was that? The what? The who? Could you repeat that one more time? Thank you for the 12 months, Rilo Rolo. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the Prime. Thanks for helping keep me here online. Good stuff. But, yeah. Anywho, yeah. Radasaurus. Hey, Caravan knows what's up. Beast from 20,000 Fathoms. That's a fictional beastie drugged up for that movie. Science Streams, it's good to see you. Welcome, welcome. How are you? Anyway, we will be talking more about this as more details emerge, but I'm going to be out there helping out whoever I can, and I might even... No, time is short for this kind of thing, but...
If it hadn't been for that great dinosaur who saved us from the American forces, we would all be dead.
Official Curly TV, thank you for the 8 months of support. Thank you for that, Prime. I really appreciate it. Thanks for helping keep me here online. I know you only get one Prime sub per month. Presumably, unless you have multiple Amazon Prime accounts. Who would do that? Thank you, Official Curly, for spending it here. I really appreciate that. It helps keep me going. None of this would be possible if it weren't for the generous support of viewers like you, so thank you for that. Yeah. Anywho. But yeah. And Zool says, any chance to see previously recorded, Danny? I'll probably wait until we get a big raid for that. We got a lot of stuff to cover today. But hello to your nieces and nephews watching this stream. Hello, nieces and nephews. I hope you're having a good day. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's, this is going to be an interesting stream today. Because we're going to be talking about some kind of serious topics around what's going on in this country with regard to science. How funding is being slashed, a lot of that. This might not be the most fun stream as a result, but this is the thing that's been really weighing on me lately. And I think it's really important to talk about. And I've been putting it off for way too long. So we're going to be getting into some of that today. At the same time, if anybody happens to have any particular questions about
We've got amazing 70 million
Will62, thank you for the 20 months of support. Appreciate that. Thank you, Will62, for the 20 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you kindly for helping keep these broadcasts going. Ms. Artwell says, politics, that's a heavy topic. That's why it's so important to talk about. Here's the thing. I'm not gonna sit back and pretend like everything is fine when it's not. I could try and sugarcoat things and go, oh yay, dinosaurs, you know. Let's just talk about dinosaurs and not talk about how American science is being systematically dismantled. I have colleagues, I have friends who are losing their jobs right now, who are being laid off, their departments are being defunded. If we're actually going to be serious about talking about science, then we have to talk about these things. And I realize that's not going to be, you know, if you're just looking for kind of light fluff content, this might not be the stream to watch, you know? It would be dishonest of me to ignore these things, so I'm not going to do that. we're gonna be talking about some stuff today, and I'm gonna be giving you my honest opinions, my viewpoints, what I think, and what my colleagues, what my friends, what other people in the sciences think too. Science is incredibly important to our society. I mean, just within the last 100 years or so, human lifespans have practically doubled. That's because of science. Many of us today live much more happy, fulfilling, comfortable, more long lives than our great-grandparents did. That's because of science. That's because of the advancement of human knowledge. Right now, a lot of this stuff is being thrown away, and I'm not just saying this. I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you what other scientists are saying. I'm going to show you what's really going on. This stuff is important to talk about. And there are negative incentives to talk about this kind of thing right now. You're not going to hear this in a lot of places. Because even some of the other people who stream science on Twitch right now, people who are wonderful science communicators, a lot of them, through no fault of their own, they're not really at liberty to discuss some of this stuff. They can't rock the boat because they might have a full-time paying job in science, working for a university, working for a government department, holding other jobs where they could get in trouble for actually speaking their minds. And I understand that. You got to feed your family, you got to work your job. I get that. I have the luxury of not being beholden to an employer like that. And so I have a responsibility to talk about these things. That's why we're going to do that today. And you know what? We're going to have fun doing it too. This is not going to be just doom and gloom. We're going to have some goofs and spoofs and laughs. And we're going to be able to commiserate about this stuff together too. I know it sounds sappy to call what we've got going on here a community. And it is just a thing over the internet. It's not the same as being in person and being able to talk to people and shake their hands and having a shoulder to cry on and stuff like that. But this is something. And I want to use this something for good. I want to use it to a positive end. So, I've not done a lot of preparing for this stream. I haven't had time. And right now it just feels like the world is on fire and we're going to talk about it. I'm glad you're here. Bear with me during this, and we'll get through it together. Let's do it. Yeah. And the science streams, yeah. Yeah. It's tough out there. Yeah. But yeah, Science Streams and Nerdarduino are both here right now. Wonderful science communicators here on Twitch. They're fighting the good fight too. And I'm honored to share this platform with both of you and it does matter, Leonin. It does matter. Thanks for saying that. Rilo Rolo, I appreciate your kind words. Anyhow, yeah. I appreciate you, Casey Smart. Thank you. Again, we're gonna talk about ways that we can help contribute to and help out scientific endeavors during this. We'll talk about this later this week in St. George, Utah. I'll presumably be going there. Maybe later this month, maybe next month. But for right now, page not found. They took this down? I was gonna show this this article from Nature, one of the big, most prestigious scientific journals. The title was Trump Administration is Gutting U.S. Science. And it's been taken down. That's not a good sign. That's really not a good sign. Oh boy. Hang on a second. Let's see if I can find this. Or if it's been mirrored anywhere or something like that. Okay. Wayback Machine, maybe? This is Nerdarduino. Can I search via the same URL in the Wayback Machine? By the way, some of the same people who are doing this assault on American science right now are also trying to shut down the Wayback Machine. They don't have it there. This might not be anything nefarious. It might just be the URL change or something, but here's something similar, at least. And here, science streams. Let me try what you did. We'll search it in Google. Yeah, I'm not getting that there. Let's just try this. This is a different article. Different author, I think? Different authors. But we'll take a look. Yeah. Title is Trump's Siege of Science, How the First 30 Days Unfolded, and What's Next. The breakneck pace and devastating impact of the administration's policy changes has shocked researchers. I'm going to preface this by saying that there are so many different aspects of American life that are under siege right now by this administration. LGBTQ people are under attack. They're trying to take an axe to Medicare and Medicaid. U.S. national parks are being defunded. All of these other... There's so many different things that it's really difficult to, keep track of everything. And in focusing on the scientific aspect of everything, I'm not trying to say that those other things are not important. I am absolutely not saying that. I'm in the sciences. I'm not really qualified to talk about stuff in some of these other areas. What I can actually speak on with some modicum of intelligence and authority is science. Again, I work in the sciences. I'm around scientists all the time. This is my world. And that's what this channel is about. That's why we're talking about this. There are other people who can speak with far more authority and knowledge on other topics. Go listen to them if you're curious about LGBT rights, if you're curious about kind of the war on the poor, or wealthy people trying to cut social programs so that they can use the money for tax cuts for the wealthy, stuff like that. I don't know enough about that kind of thing to really speak on it with any kind of authority. That's why we're focusing on science here, is because this is my world. But yeah, and Balination, I really don't know anything about immune systems in among different creatures with different diets. It's not quite what we're talking about right now, but you know who might be a good person to talk about that with? Might be Science Streams. It's good to have you here, Balinor. I'm sorry your question came in kind of at an opportune time, but I'm glad you're here, and I hope you stick around. Yeah. Let's just take a look at this right here. So in the wake of the Second World War, U.S. leaders adopted the view that scientific progress is an essential key to our security as a nation, to our better health, to more jobs, to a higher standard of living, and to our cultural progress. For the next 8 decades, government officials on both sides of the political aisle agreed to invest in U.S. science. Just 1 month into the second administration of the Republican President Donald Trump, scientists fear that long-time consensus is disintegrating. I think it is disintegrating. Acting with unprecedented speed, the administration has laid off thousands of employees at U.S. science agencies and announced reforms of research grant standards that could drastically reduce federal financial support for science. They're essentially trying to end scientific research in the United States at a federal level. That sounds really dramatic. It is really dramatic. This is not normal. This is not something that we've seen before in the U.S. The cuts form part of a larger effort to radically reduce the government's spending and downsize its workforce. Basically privatize things so that everything can be for profit and the wealthy can get wealthier. Although U.S. courts have intervened in some cases, Republicans in both chambers of the U.S. Congress, which largely blocked Trump's efforts to cut science funding during his first term as president, from 2017 to 2021, have mostly fallen in line with the agenda for Trump 2.0. For many researchers, the first month signals a realignment of priorities that could affect science and society for decades to come. These actions are all unprecedented, said Harold Varmus, former director of the U.S. National Institutes of Health, the NIH. The NIH is an incredibly important federal agency, and a huge portion of funding for scientific discovery comes from the NIH. It might be the largest funding body for science on the planet. The NIH is incredibly important. And what I was talking about earlier with, this massive increase in life expectancy, not just the United States, but frankly around the world, a lot of that has come from NIH funding. Funding for advancements in healthcare, in fighting diseases, things like vaccines or preventative care, things like food safety, like the basic research that goes into figuring out what's real and what's not, that comes from the NIH. You cut that, you're throwing away that progress. This Alex, thank you for the follow, and welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. So yeah. No one has ever seen a presidential transition in which one of the most important parts of our government enterprises is being taken apart. The Trump White House did not respond to Nature's request for comment. Big surprise there. Here, Nature, this scientific journal, unpacks the Trump team's blazing fast actions on science so far. Scroll to the bottom to see a timeline. Science impacts 1 month of Trump 2.0 and talks to policy watchers about what's next.
Think Ashmo think just changed things with those 5 gift subs.
Think Ashmo think thank you for the 5 gift subs. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the support. There's 5 chatters who won't have to watch any ads now for the next month. And you're helping put food on my table. You're helping support these broadcasts. Thank you. I appreciate you. Or should I call you Ashmo? Ashmo, Thank you kindly. I appreciate you. Miss Capri Kel says, like cancer, my recipe for your treatment, I'm taking it, was developed by scientists involved at NIH. Researchers are working hard. I'm currently in remission because of science. Period. Exactly, Miss Capri Kel. That's the thing, is that when work on this stuff stops, we won't get those advancements anymore. Like, it almost feels wrong to have music playing during this. A lot of people are gonna die.
At least we have Danny.
Because of these cuts. You know? Wombat Hole, thank you for the 24 months. I appreciate that. Thank you, Wombat Hole. 24 months is a long time. Ashmo says, someone gifted me a sub recently. I actually missed it, but I wanted to pay it forward to the community. I'm quite new here and lurk a lot, but enjoy your streams immensely. Thank you for saying that. And yes, Ashmo is perfect. You got it, Ashmo. Thank you. I appreciate you too. Thanks for being here. Thank you for your generosity. Thanks for paying it forward. And yeah, Nerduino makes a really, really good point here. And he's somebody who... he's on the inside. Like, he knows how these things work. Nerduino says, one other big issue is once you've stopped it, it will take many months or years or decades to restart it. Yes. For a lot of this scientific work, if you pause it for a while, it's not like you can just instantly restart it. A lot of these, the damage that's happening now, the damage that's being created by these politicians, it's going to take years and years and years to fix, if it ever gets fixed. That's the thing, is that if you have, let's say that we've got funding for a scientific laboratory. Say that you've got a research group, a laboratory working on a particular issue. They're working on, creating a new a vaccine for a certain disease, or they're working on a treatment, or they're working on a way to to deal with, let's say it's an agricultural pest that they're trying to deal with. And so they're running all kinds of experiments in this lab, and they've got funding from private sources and from the federal government and maybe from the university or other sources. But then the federal funding gets cut for this. Suddenly they've got several graduate students who are on the docket there. They don't have funding for them. These people who have devoted their lives to the pursuit of science, maybe they've come to the U.S. from other countries. Say they've come here from, I don't know, from Bangladesh. So you've got two postdoctoral students, two postdocs from Bangladesh working in this laboratory. They're trying to deal with some sort of an agricultural pest like a fungus or something. And they're working in this laboratory. They're making decent progress on this. And then that funding is suddenly cut. That NIH funding, let's say, is cut. Those students, they will no longer be able to afford rent because they're not getting paid. They might have to go back to their home country, and they will not be able to work on this project any longer. It might be years or decades until they're able to come back. And meanwhile, that whole project is on, no one's making progress on that. You could have hundreds of millions of dollars worth of crop damage in the meantime because nobody's been able to figure out how to fight this agricultural pest. Think about that, Scientists, we don't go into science to get rich. That's not why we do this. We do this because we're passionate about it. We do this because we want to understand the natural world. We want to figure out how things work, and we want to improve the lives of our fellow human beings. We want to share our knowledge with everybody. Cutting science is the stupidest thing that you can do because it benefits everybody.
And money that goes into science through scientific funding, it's not like that money gets lit on fire. That money returns dividends. Like, sometimes it's 10x what you put into it. Later goes on into the economy. It's incredibly short-sighted to cut science funding. It's just... that is in many ways, the engine that drives our economy. That's what advances human society, is scientific discovery. The very medium that you're watching me on right now, none of this would be possible without basic scientific funding. The very internet itself, this started off as something that was just, it's a cool technical thing that some researchers are working on. I believe they had DARPA funding for it, like through the Department of Defense. But it didn't have immediate military application. It was just, hey, let's try and figure out this whole intranet thing, how we can get computers to communicate with one another. Like, it's a neat computing problem. Imagine if that hadn't been funded, you know? Imagine a world without the internet. Let me catch up to chat. Yeah. Anywho, yeah. I mean, Kellen, the internet is a direct result of science and mathematics. Absolutely. Yeah. Science is not a tap that you could turn off and on. Exactly, Nerduino. Exactly. Yeah. And Lordy says, thanks for the stream, Danny. I'm enjoying it so far. Important topic. Thank you, Lordy. Yeah. You'd have to stream by fax, says Pursuit. Yeah. And Commodore, this is true that the internet was funded by the military-industrial complex. In fact, that is kind of an unfortunate thing, is that a lot of science is better funded if people who are involved with military endeavors think that it might have military applications. That's one of the reasons why paleontology is so poorly funded. But that's the thing, is that science is science. If you can kind of... I'm not gonna say that. If you can couch your basic scientific research and explain it in such a way that it makes it sound like, oh yeah, maybe this will have utility in the future for... incinerating people who look different on the other side of the globe or whatever. That is a way to get funding. A lot of... Neil deGrasse Tyson talks about this in one of his more recent books. The title is eluding me right now, but I've read it before. Shoot, what's it called? It's this one about like science's relationship with the military-industrial complex, especially astronomy, astrophysics, space-related things. Got it on here. What's it called? Accessory to War. That's what it's called. There we go. The unspoken alliance between astrophysics and the military. Interesting book. And it's really interesting that he wrote it because it's not a crowd pleaser. It's not one of these books that you would see It's not one of those books that you see at the newspaper stand in the airport. You know, it's not a light read. Neil deGrasse Tyson and Avis Lang both wrote it. I know Neil deGrasse Tyson's a very busy guy. I wonder how much of the writing Avis Lang did. But it's good. I would recommend it. A lot of sciences do tend to be better funded if they have military application. But that's the thing, is that sciences like paleontology, sciences like a lot of your more basic research, even things like basic health research, the NIH, if these are being defunded, that is going to spell disaster for our country and for much of the rest of the world. Not just that, but other countries who are in direct competition with the United States, like for instance, China, they're not doing this. They're going to eat our lunch. The United States is going to fall behind. It will become a backwater on the world stage.
I don't know what dinosaurs is all about until these boys come.
Randy Io, thank you for your Prime sub there. Thank you for the 54 months of support. Thanks for helping us avoid becoming a backwater here through your funding and support. I appreciate you, Randy Io. Anywho, yeah. Yeah. How do we convince them that dinosaur bones will win on wars? I think doing that would require a little bit of fibbing, and I'm not willing to do that, alright, Thallium? That's the thing, is that we don't need a situation in which only military applicable things are funded. Like, that's fascistic. I don't want to live in a country that's like that, you know? And I won't contribute to that. I know I'm just being silly. Okay, Rathallium, yeah. We've talked about this before on stream. But yeah. Anywho. Charlie's Dragon says, with how much Trump hates China, it's amazing that he's cutting science funding and leaving the U.S. as a backwater. China is very much fighting to be the best country in science, and they're succeeding right now. Even paleontology, but the U.S. isn't paying attention to that? Well, I wouldn't say the U.S. We've got many, many people here in the United States who are paying attention to this and are outraged over this. I'm one of them. We'll be talking a little bit today about what we can do about this. For one thing, there's I've been struggling to figure out how legit this is. But there is apparently a march coming up on Friday. This doesn't seem like it's going to be as big or as well organized as the March for Science back in 2017, I think it was? 2018? But we'll be looking into that. We'll look at this article too. Also from Nature. But yeah. Neverwinter says China funds paleontology well. Look at all the new discoveries coming from them. Absolutely, yeah. 2 new dinosaurs, 2 new genus and a new species of dinosaur. Just published a few days ago from China, obviously. I was thinking of talking about that today, but we'd actually be covering that before there are any press releases anywhere. The paper is out, and maybe we'll take a look at it tomorrow if they still don't have press about this, but yeah. Visalex says the payoffs from scientific research aren't always immediate, but they always pay off. I
agree. The ISS, the International Space Station, might study humans in low gravity that leads to advancements in arthritis. Experiments on subatomic particles can lead to new cancer treatments. Yes. You can't even quantify the value of creating new knowledge. I think it's so vast. But I have a tough time explaining this to non-technical working professionals sometimes. So imagine the level of ignorance when you're when you're working with the executive office now. Yeah, that's the thing, is that reasoned argument is not going to convince some of these people, but a show of public support for science, economic support, things like marches, protests, letter writing campaigns, just getting in people's faces, that can help change minds. And frankly, I don't know, it almost seems like part of the goal might be, hey, let's destroy the US a little bit, you know? Let's make things really bad so we can amass more power. We can buy more stocks when the economy crashes. You know, we can strip the federal government for its copper wiring and we can get rich in the process. I think that's honestly part of it. It's hard to tell how much of it, but either way, the effect on science and on the public is the same. We need to fight against it. Anywho, and Yara Gilek, thank you, Jody Fish, for reposting that. Please check the nature link I sent. Where was that? Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, Cosmic Seekin. That's the thing, is that ultimately people in power right now are going to try and get away with whatever they can get away with, regardless of what's legal, regardless of what's sane and what's not. The important thing is to push back, because ultimately, at the end of the day, they're cowards. And just a little bit of pushback should send them running. You can't comply in advance. And so many people are complying in advance. And we're going to take a look in a few minutes at some of the major scientific societies around the world, like the Royal Society in the UK, and I think it's the National Academy of Sciences here in the US, and they've not been doing a good job of standing up. They have been complying in advance. At least that I'll show you. That is despicable. There's a real problem in academia, I'll say. I don't know. I'm editorializing here. Take this with a grain of salt. But it really seems like people who are, they grew up upper middle class or upper class. Their parents are college graduates. They always knew they would go to college. They've always been, economically well off. They've never been in a precarious position in their lives. They went into academia because, it's a comfy thing. I can do that, I guess. And, they got ahead by working within the system. By not rocking the boat. By being nice. Not kind. There's a very big difference between being kind and good and being nice. But people who really value being nice, not ever offending the people who are in power. And, maybe they'll look the other way when marginalized people are further marginalized. Because you don't want to rock the boat, This kind of attitude, this kind of comfortable upper middle class or upper class attitude runs rampant in academia. And those people are all too willing to comply in advance for stuff like this. To not raise a fuss, To try and work with an oppressive regime rather than sticking their necks out, taking a risk, working against it. It's a real problem in academia. And we'll be talking about that too.
But yeah. Yeah, Ariathalium says, nice people make the best Nazis, never pushing back, never saying no. Or they're the people who allow authoritarian regimes to take power. And I realize I'm in a position of privilege here because I don't have to worry about an employer getting mad at me right now. That's why it's so important, I think, for me to speak out about this, is because I have the freedom to do so. I make my living streaming here on Twitch, and so it's possible for me to talk about these things, you know? But yeah. And pursue. I think I agree with you. Yeah. But yeah. Caravan says academia is not just Harvard and Yale, but Harvard and Yale and the other Ivy Leagues like this hold tremendous sway over academia. Like, it is a major problem. When people who are considered at the top of academia are 100% allied with whatever the ruling class might be at that time, that's an issue. It's a problem and it needs to be called out. I am pro-academia. I want to make that very clear. This idea of the pursuit of knowledge is what makes us human, you know? What I'm criticizing is a system rather than an ideal, if that makes sense. There are a lot of problems with how academia works, especially in the United States and in much of the world. And we should do better. If that makes sense. But yeah. Most academics don't work at such schools. It's true, but it's that old saying, a fish rots from the head. When the ultimate goal for so many people is like, oh yeah, you know, I'd love to be at Harvard or Yale or Princeton or Stanford. Do you see what I mean? It's when those things are considered the epitome of academia, that's a problem. You know? They shouldn't be. They shouldn't be. I think that's my point. Yeah. Billion-dollar endowments and such? No, think $50 billion, Caravan. I don't know. And it's spoken with researchers at institutions like Harvard, Yale, and some of them are making like $11 an hour, teaching multiple classes, working maybe 60 hours a week, and they're making like $11 an hour with no benefits, and they could be fired at any time. It's not good. At institutions that might have a $50 billion endowment, you know? Yeah. So anywho, yeah. And I agree with you, Charlie's Dragon. There you go, you're right on the money. Anyway, back to this. Yeah. So the U.S. pulling out of the 2015 Paris Agreement, that's... Oh boy. Terminating the nation's membership of the World Health Organization, stuff like this. You may have already heard of a lot of these things, but it is absolutely dire what's going on right now. Trump's unprecedented directives landed as his partnership with the billionaire entrepreneur Elon Musk has flourished. The pair are working together to slash federal spending and dismantle agencies such as the U.S. Agency for International Development, which funds global disease research, prevention, and care. That's kind of the crazy thing, is that USAID, talk to anybody from an underdeveloped country, they might have very mixed feelings about USAID. But, like, I don't know, a lot of people see it as not a particularly good thing. But it works for American hegemony. That's the whole idea, is that it helps people out here and there, for sure, absolutely it does. But it also helps cement American power overseas. In dismantling that, not only are you harming all of those people, but if you're the sort of person who cares about maintaining American empire, you're also hurting that. It's truly kind of baffling what they're doing. I'm not sure if they even fully appreciate how much USAID helps American military interests overseas. It absolutely does. But the idea that they're, I guess maybe to these people like Musk and Trump, the idea that this agency is helping people overseas at all, even if it's for selfish reasons, that their USAID exists. Just the very idea that it might be helping a few people overseas is too much for them to bear. They're like, nope, gotta get rid of that. You know? It's the United States versus the world. They're making so many enemies right now. It's bonkers. Anyhow. Yeah. But yeah. But yeah. Anywho. Oh, and thank you, Yara. I appreciate that. Oh, we've got a whole collection of articles here. Yara, thank you for posting this. Oh boy. I'm not sure how much longer we can really keep talking about this. I'm not sure what happened in the chat right there. Great Expert, thank you for being here and for helping moderate things. But yeah. TNT Gone Blow says, I mean, it's not like we're in debt for trillions or anything. Yeah, to ourselves. That's in U.S. currency. I sorely wish that people had just a basic understanding of how economics worked at a federal level. But that's our money. The US dollar is the reserve currency for the world. Maybe for not much longer with how everything's going right now, but debt like that is not a bad thing. It's not real in the same sense that, like, you might owe money to a bank or something. Imagine if, okay, sure, you owe money to a bank, but also you are the government that issues that currency in the first place, and that bank would not exist if it were not for you. And you can also pull all kinds of levers and twist all kinds of dials in order to change the value of that currency. It's not, I don't know, it's so much more complicated and nuanced than just like a family budget, you know? And I'm not an economist. I do not understand these things on a deep level, but I at least have that level of understanding, you know? Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. And TNT Gone Blow says, just because it's our currency does not make it our money? No, it literally does, TNT Gone Blow. It literally does. Like, in order for... The reason why a bank would have power over you when they have a loan is that there are mechanisms in place for them to send collections after you. That doesn't really exist in a situation like we have in the United States, you know? Anyway, yeah.
Yeah. And there you go, Cosmic Sea again. That's basically my understanding. Yeah. Anyhow. Let's take a look at this, because I feel like we're spinning our wheels here. Let's move on to this article. U.S. science is under threat. Now scientists are fighting back. Researchers are organizing protests and making their voices heard as Trump officials slash funding and lay off federal scientists. Annika Barber felt like an imposter as she boarded a bus just before the sunrise on the 24th of February and settled in for a long ride from New Jersey to Washington, D.C. Barber had studied neuroscience for years before she launched her own laboratory at Rutgers University in Piscataway, New Jersey. Apologies if I mispronounced that. Not from Jersey. I don't know how to... Piscataway, New Jersey? She's not trained to be an activist, yet now she was on her way to deliver a speech at a rally about proposed cuts to U.S. research funding. When she arrived in Washington, she picked up a blank poster provided by rally organizers. "I would rather be in a lab," she wrote on it in big block letters. Across the United States, researchers are navigating uncomfortable territory. Repeated threats to research funding and the mass firings of federal workers have pushed some scientists to take on unfamiliar roles as activists, speaking at rallies, calling legislators, and forming new pressure groups. Historically, scientists have done a really bad job at advocating for their own activities, said David Meyer. This is something I've spoken on before, actually. A sociologist at the University of California, Irvine. So this is a new challenge. Here, this is something I want to talk about this a little bit. In fact, maybe even show you a quick clip. This is basically since the start of the Cold War, since the space race, since Sputnik. This has been a major issue in the United States, where scientists have not done a good job of advocating for their work. Largely because we're not trained to do that. This is not something that we're... This is not something that we typically do. We don't ever have to think about it. You know, we don't have the skills. And that's largely because of this. I talked about this in a talk that I gave on Science Outreach here on Twitch. This is for the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology online meeting addendum in, what was this, 2023. I bring this up because this is a time when scientists were far more prominent members of society. So we all recognize the physicist Albert Einstein here. His work made him an international celebrity. He was perhaps the most recognizable person in the world in the early 20th century. Marie Curie. Hang on. Dan the BC Man. One world currency? Please don't bring conspiracy theory nonsense here into the chat, Dan the BC Man. I'm not going to have it, you know? The flat earth guy that I used to work with when I worked at an auto parts store would rant and rave about one world currency all the time. He also believed that the world was flat, and that he literally believed that Barack Obama killed JFK, too. Not kidding. Anyway. Curie, the discoverer of radium, was also immensely famous. Major public figure. You may not know that the astronomer Edwin Hubble, for whom the Hubble telescope was named, was perhaps one of the most well-known people on Earth because of his discoveries. So Hollywood stars would visit his observatory and line up to look through the telescope. He even was a guest of honor at the 1937 Academy Awards. He was specially invited by the director Frank Capra, who won the award that year for Best Director for Mr. Deeds Goes to Town. Edwin Hubble was a big deal, very well known to the general public. I mean, imagine that. Imagine a scientist being a guest of honor in a major awards show for, for Hollywood, and then being one of the most famous people on the face of the planet. Imagine that in our world today, a scientist having that place of prominence. We don't live in this world anymore, you know? And in paleontology, even our very own scientist adventurer Roy Chapman Andrews appeared worldwide in newsreels and gave immensely popular lectures. Was even on the cover of Time magazine. So early in the 20th century, the public was immensely interested in the discoveries which scientists were making, and scientists themselves were public figures, even celebrities, in a way that's generally not true today. So what happened? Well, much of the information here comes from this wonderful book by Sean Otto, and the case that he lays out for this big change is that the Cold War altered scientists' relationship with society, especially in the United States. So with nuclear weapons as a new looming threat to human civilization, many members of the public naturally started to become mistrustful of science and scientists after World War II. But a major...
Which makes sense. I mean, shoot. Think about that. Think about, you know, in World War II, I don't know, the story that everybody repeats is that, oh, the atomic bombs helped us win the war and everything. Lots of other scientific advancements did help the United States and the Allies win the war against the Axis. But then we're in this brave new world afterward where you've got these really horrific weapons that have been kind of unleashed upon the planet. Things like nuclear weapons, for instance. And many scientists who had been working hand in glove with the U.S. government, they're kind of viewed with suspicion by the public after that. That only gets exacerbated after the launch of Sputnik. Here.
Accelerant in this change was the launch of the Soviet satellite Sputnik 1 in October of 1957. Sputnik was the first man-made object to reach Earth orbit, and it caused a panic in the US as Americans realized that the Soviets were pulling ahead in terms of science and technology. And the fear was that this could result in the United States being destroyed in a war against the Soviet Union. So in response, the US government massively increased funding to scientists.
This is considered an existential threat, by the way. It's like, oh, the Ruskies, they can send a satellite up into space. Soon there will be Soviet cosmonauts descending like stormtroopers across the U.S. And exaggerating a little, but, it was considered an existential threat. And so what did the U.S. do? They massively increased funding for science at the time.
The National Science Foundation, NSF, budget increased dramatically in 1957 and would continue to rise. So it was a good time to get funding as a scientist.
Yep.
Lots and lots of money coming in, but this paradigm disincentivized doing outreach and interacting with regular people.
So this is kind of an unintended consequence here. Suddenly you have all of this money being given to scientists via federal funding and stuff like that, kind of no questions asked, not just in things that are immediately applicable to military applications. It's a bit of a redundant sentence, but you know what I mean. Not just stuff that's got immediate military use, but also just basic science. Teaching kids about anatomy, physiology, biology, geology, astronomy, everything else. It's like science is what we're falling behind on. We need to increase funding for science and increase our scientific education in the U.S. And that was a good thing, but there is a negative unintended consequence too.
So Sean Otto writes in The War on Science. Let me read this. I'm reading it off the screen. With tax money pouring in from a vastly expanding economy and the public respect affording authority of the white lab coat, 2 generations of scientists instead had only to impress their own university departments and government agencies to keep research funds coming their way. But they no longer had to impress the public, which was growing increasingly mistrustful of science. But this was a turning point. Scientists, by and large, had lost their relationship with the public, had stopped doing science outreach because of Cold War funding. But then, with the end of the Cold War, decades later, they lost the funding too.
Yep.
So the argument is that this is part of the reason for such poor science literacy in the United States. give you a link to that. Watched the whole thing for whatever reason. There was a tremendous amount of, well, there was a big increase in the amount of science funding in the middle of the 20th century during the space race. But during that time, scientists weren't really interacting with the public very much. In fact, they were actively disincentivized from doing so. They were actively told not to talk to the public. Stay in the laboratory, we'll pay you to do your work. Don't worry about talking to regular people. Don't worry about establishing a relationship with members of the public. Don't worry about justifying what you do to Americans at large.
I didn't know what dinosaurs was all about until...
Looky Lucille, thank you for the 54 months. I appreciate that. Yeah. So it's a real problem. The whole reason that scientists can be dismissed as eggheads, or like, oh, those people cordoned off in the lab, they're hermetically sealed in there, huh? You know, they can't relate to me, regular person. Some scientists can, because of this system that was built. Around the same time, this is like when you have the kind of the birth of the scientific creationism movement too, young earth creationism. People like Dwayne Gish, and anyway, that's a story for another time. But yeah, it's an issue. It's an issue. When you have a divide between science and the general public, even if your intentions were good in the first place, where it's like, let's just let the scientists work on what they're going to work on and not have to talk to the public, you're still fostering that divide. That's a huge issue. Like, that's a big problem. When regular people start to distrust science because they don't have interactions with scientists, they don't know any scientists, they're not hearing about science except maybe through the media, if they're lucky, or maybe in school if they go to school and if they pay attention. There's a big divide there. And there's so many scientists nowadays who are trying to correct that, who are trying to talk directly to the public, trying to get people excited about science, trying to build relationships, trying to humanize science too. That's the thing. When science is this far off, arcane thing that you don't see or participate in or really hear about direct from scientists, it's easy to dismiss it. To say, what relevance does that have to my everyday life? Nothing. The scientists, all their expensive experiments, what are they doing? What are they contributing to society? When you actually know a scientist in person, can talk to her or him, when you see scientists even just on TV or something like that, you can start to make a little bit of a connection. There's been a growing movement of scientists trying to go to where people are and just talk to them in an informal way. Like, hey, you're a person, I'm a person, let's talk about science. Is pub science what it's called? There.
It's one of humanity's oldest dreams, to leave the surface of the earth far behind and to soar into the clouds like a bird. It took many centuries to realize that dream, of course, and there were many milestones along the way. The Wright brothers' flight, Apollo 11 landing on the moon. But the date I'm thinking of was a couple of centuries ago, November the 21st, 1783. That was the date of the world's first voyage in a hot air balloon that carried human beings aloft.
Here we go. So the idea is that, I don't know, regular people are not generally going to go to an event where... Thank you, Dr. Irrefutable. Let me check on that in a minute. Regular people are not going to go to an event where they've got to show up in a lecture hall, you know, wait in line and then go find a seat and then listen to a lecture about science. That's not going to hold people's attention for the most part. People like me will go and do that, and maybe some of you will do that too. But most of your friends and family would be actively disinterested in this kind of thing. This is different. This is an idea by putting yourself in a pub, in this case, in the UK, just talking to people about science. It makes it more relatable. It makes it less arcane. It makes it more approachable. And that's, I think, really important. Science in a pub of balloon animals. Okay.
The hot air balloon was invented by two French brothers.
And is this... Maybe this is not exactly what I was looking for, because this is basically him just sitting here talking. I don't think they show the actual event, if this is the sort of event that I think it is. Does anybody know... What's the right search term for this? It's, oh, goodness. Lectures on Tap? Creature Spread? Oh, very cool. This is exactly the sort of thing I'm talking about, yeah. 40-minute lectures by professors, experts, and storytellers in bars all over New York City. Let me see if I can find... Oh, a lot of these are recorded. I was hoping to find just like a quick video that kind of explains this concept. But yeah, that's what they do at the Science Center, says Ms. Art Rules. They call it two scientists walk into a bar. Nice. Yeah. Anywho. And Baz, hi, thank you for saying hello. Welcome, welcome. Here, let me check the Ko-Fi link here real quick. Ko-Fi page. Thank you, Dr. Irrefutable. Dr. Irrefutable says, thanks for continuing your mission of science communication at a time when we need it most. Thanks for helping make that possible. Dr. Irrefutable, I really appreciate your generosity. Thanks for your contribution there. It makes a difference. I appreciate you for it. Yeah. And there you go, Deathsaurus. Yeah, that's important to recognize, too. You were wise for recognizing that. That's something that so many people, especially on the internet, kind of awareness they don't have. It's like, hey, maybe I'm not the target audience for this. Maybe this isn't about me. I try and remember that sometimes. I don't always do the best job of it. It's not always easy. But yeah.
Victoria's just gifted 25 subs.
Victorious! Thank you for that. Holy cow. Do I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. 25 chatters won't have to watch any ads for the next month, thanks to you. Thank you for supporting this broadcast. Thanks for supporting me. Thanks for supporting science here on Twitch. Really appreciate that. Holy cow. Good stuff. And thank you, Ms. Art Rules. This is the sort of thing I'm talking about. There's so many different ways of doing this. But yeah, 2 scientists walk into a bar, join local scientists for a good conversation at a local bar. What sounds like the beginning of a bad joke is a fun community-wide event. During 2 scientists walk into a bar, local scientists will enjoy something we all do, a good conversation at a local bar. Well, not everybody does that, but yeah, a lot of people do. Science is in your everyday life, so make it part of your social life. 2 scientists walk into a bar takes place at different bars across San Diego County, making it easier to quench your thirst for knowledge and drinks all in one go. After work, you can simply walk into the bar and meet local scientists and researchers from all types of fields. Ask them any questions you might have about intriguing topics or anything else that comes to mind. Very cool stuff. So this is true science outreach, in the sense that you're going to be reaching an audience that might not be, like, actively looking for information about science. It's not preaching to the converted. It's reaching new folks. Yeah. It's just a beginning of a great joke, says Bothok. Yeah? Is that your kind of joke? Yeah. This is in California, Patrick Crusader. San Diego is within the U.S. state of California. Anyway. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. Anywho. But yeah. Oh, Jen Alex. Jen Alex, I hope you're not trying to throw oppressed people under the bus in the interest of kowtowing to the right, because that's not the sort of attitude that's going to fly here. Not on my channel. I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt and presume that's not what you're trying to say. But yeah. Here. I'm gonna leave that there for now. Let's continue. We went off on down a rabbit hole here. Here we go. This is the right article. Close that tab. How did we get off on this tangent? Here. Historically, scientists have done a really bad job of advocating for their own activities. That's how we got into this whole thing about the space race, Sputnik. This is not a skill, advocating for own activities, that most scientists really have. Kind of comfortably ensconced within these university departments. Most scientists, in fact, I'd say maybe the majority of scientists are actively disincentivized from talking to the public. Balint at Science Streams talks about this a lot. He says that he had an academic advisor who told him, real scientists don't talk to the public, you know? Something along the lines of, you can either do science or you can do outreach. A scientist who does outreach is a failed scientist. Like, that is an attitude that is all too common across academia. And that's what breeds this kind of thing. Historically, scientists have done a really bad job of advocating for their own activities. We're told not to do it, basically. You know? Yeah. That's such a bizarre line of thinking coming from a scientist, says Deathsaurus. That's the thing. When you're a careerist, when your whole thing is like, oh, well, I got to bring in grant money and get papers published, and that's really it. You're actively disincentivized from communicating your ideas to the public, or frankly, really driving the science forward. If you're not sharing your science with anybody, why even do it? You know? But this is one of those situations where sometimes a metric is put in place to help, like, encourage certain kind of output or something like that. Like, getting grants. Getting grants is a good thing. You're bringing in funding to your program. Or publishing papers. Like, oh yeah, publishing papers is a good thing. You know, you're helping get your findings out there. But those are imperfect measures of what we're trying to do in science. When the goal becomes hitting those metrics instead of actually doing the work, you end up with kind of a perverse incentive. There's a classic example. It's kind of an apocryphal story. I don't think it's actually true in a historical sense, but it helps illustrate the point. There's an idea that during the British Raj in India, that British colonial officials were worried that there were all of these cobras that seemed to be all over the place, biting people in places like Delhi. And they said, oh, you know, we'll deal with these cobras. Let's put a bounty on them. And so they paid people to bring them the tails cut off of cobras. And soon people were bring them all of these cobra tails. Tons of them. And they were making a lot of money. Handing in these cobra tails, getting paid for it. But the number of cobras didn't decrease. In fact, they only increased. More and more and more of them. Because, according to the apocryphal story, behind the scenes, people started breeding cobras. They said, we could make a lot of money, you know, selling the Brits these cobra tails. So they're just breeding cobras left and right. And then their cobra numbers are exploding. And then the Brits realized what was going on, and so they stopped the bounty system. And then the folks who were breeding the cobras are like, well, what are we going to do with all these cobras now? Guess we'll set them loose. And they had just so many cobras everywhere, and it made the problem so much worse than it was in the first place. Classic example of perverse incentives. I think there's a similar thing sometimes that happens with measuring success in science by things like number of publications or amount of grant money coming in. Like, are you actually doing good science, or are you just getting grants and just publishing papers, you know? Are you actually driving the field forward? Are you actually making new discoveries and communicating those ideas to the public so that we advance as a society? Or are you just trying to push those buttons, hitting those metrics, you know? Just publications, grants, you know? So yeah. Anywho. And there you go, Shaggy Rex, yeah. Exactly, yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Oh yeah, so anyway, when scientists are actively disincentivized of talking to the public, it creates problems where if a member of the public has never met a scientist, doesn't really understand science, but they know that they should be suspicious of it because of someone in their church told them so, or someone in their political party told them don't trust scientists, and they've never actually met a scientist because the scientists are all busy getting grants and publishing papers. It's an issue, you know, that can create active distrust of science in a society. And that's the whole reason why I'm here on Twitch doing this full time. Is that this is the best way that I know of for how to do science outreach. Let's get back to this. The events of the past 6 weeks have compelled many scientists to embrace that challenge. Soon after the second inauguration of U.S. President Donald Trump on the January 20th, the new administration attempted to freeze payments on federal grants, which is super illegal, by the way, but they didn't care, announcing that it would review and potentially cancel any grant that mentioned terms it deemed indicative of diversity, equity, and inclusion programs. This was so boneheaded and stupid that I heard that there were grants that were given, like, being awarded to biologists for, you know, looking at the diversity of, for instance, like, you know, frog species in a given environment or something. But because it had the word diversity in it, the Trump administration is like, nope, can't have that. Can't have that. It says diversity in it. We know what that word means. Can't have that. Think of your funding. Like, it's just... It's like a bad joke. It's just, like... If a comedy writer, like, writing a screenplay were to put this in as a joke, it would be considered ham-fisted. Like, no, that's too dumb. Take that out. No one's gonna laugh at that. You know, write a better joke, you know? Anyway, issued dramatic cuts to overhead or indirect costs paid on projects by the U.S. National Institutes of Health. Essential stuff. All the bad news and the chaos made it hard to know what the best action to take was, said Melissa Varga, a Science Network senior manager at the Union of Concerned Scientists in Washington, D.C. Folks just shut down. Fear of retribution from speaking out also played a part, she adds. The courts temporarily halted some of the Trump administration's orders, but a coherent message has broken through. Federal support for science is in danger. Gradually, scientists began to stir, Varga says. They're realizing now that doing any one thing is better than doing nothing. That activism is taking many forms. On March 3rd, that was yesterday, the Union of Concerned Scientists and 48 scientific societies released a joint letter to Congress calling for legislators to protect taxpayer-funded research. The actions of this administration have already caused significant harm to American science and are risking the health and safety of our communities, they said. And they're absolutely right about this. U.S. researchers in planetary science are talking about creating a new professional society to strengthen their voice in policy matters. Paul Byrne, paleontology scientist at Washington University in St. Louis, Missouri, says he's been thinking about such a society for several years. But the recent attacks, because that's what they are, attacks, on science in the U.S., have catalyzed the need for it, he says. The more organized the planetary science community, the more effectively we can stand up and push back against these actions. Barron and others will lead a discussion at an upcoming planetary science conference about whether to launch such a society. Interesting. I know the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology, SVP, the society that I belong to as a vertebrate paleontologist. I know we're not very big. I know we don't have a lot of money. I know we don't have that many members. But I'd like to see some kind of strong statement, at the very least, from SVP. And I thought I saw a glimpse of something earlier. Let's see. Let me check. No. Is it on Jim's profile?
I don't know if SVP has really said anything yet. And again, it's more it would be a gesture more than anything else. Nope, here we go right here. The Society of Vertebrate Paleontology has issued an official statement regarding recent executive orders from the current administration and the effects of these attacks on vertebrate paleontology and the scientific community in general, with a request for input from affected scientists. There we go. That's something. I've been heartened to see the SVP leadership make some interesting changes over the past couple years. It seems like they've got some good people in there. And I'm cautiously optimistic about the direction that SVP is moving in. That's a good thing. Anyhow, let's get back to our article here. Yeah, so the planetary science community is thinking about forming a new society to help advocate. We already have one as vertebrate paleontologists, and I really hope that we're able to do something positive, you know? Individual researchers also have a bounty of petitions to sign, including statements about the censorship of science, indirect cost reductions, and cuts to space science and biomedical research. And professional societies have circulated tip sheets to guide researchers who want to call their elected representatives. For many scientists, the big event is coming up on March 7th. Stand Up for Science rallies slated to take place in 32 cities across the country. The main event in Washington, D.C. is spearheaded by a group of 5 researchers, most of them graduate students, who came together to combat their own initial feelings of powerlessness. It's been inspiring, as it has grown to see how many people were feeling the same way and to take action, said Emma Courtney, graduate student in biology at Cold Springs Harbor Laboratory in New York. Another goal is for each rally to spark local news outlets into covering the impacts of science on that community, says Sam Goldstein, who studies women's health at the University of Florida in Gainesville, and who is also co-organizing the Washington rally. Goldstein says that when she was interviewed by a Maryland newspaper, she researched the leading cause of death for the region, then came prepared with examples of how biomedical research could improve the quality of life there. And have they paywalled the remainder of this article? Come on, nature. Come on. Hang on. Maybe it's not paywalled. Maybe they just need you to sign in or whatever. Let's try that. Let's try that. Yeah, nope, it is paywalled.
Access denied.
This is what I'm talking about. Like, this is one small part of that, where academia gets in its own way. Or the people that run these big institutions, these most prestigious journals like Nature, their interests are sometimes at odds with those of the rest of the community because they're in it to make money, you know? They're allied with the powers that be. Not necessarily political, but sometimes economic powers, you know? I just signed in and it's fine, says Shroombait. I don't have an account through them, though. Create a Springer Nature account using Google. I created the terms. I don't want marketing emails. All right. It was a little over dramatic there.
it looks like we might actually have access right now after having created an account. It's just really frustrating because I'm so used to opening up, you know, peer-reviewed articles from Nature and then it being like, oh, well, you know, you could buy this PDF for $54.99. But it looks like we can read the rest of it, which is good. Emotions are high, shroom bait. Oh boy. Time to take a deep breath. Yeah. People coming for science, and science grabs the gun and shoots itself in the foot. Sometimes Nerduino, sometimes, yeah. Let's continue. Gathering with like-minded scientists at a large rally might be cathartic. This is kind of how I felt about the March for Science back in, was it 2017 or 2018? It was cathartic, but did we really get anything done then? I don't know. I don't know. Press coverage of protests can also backfire, says Ann Toomey, an environmental scientist at Pace University in New York City. Such events can deepen partisan divides if, for example, the local news focuses on angry signs that target Trump and leave Republican supporters feeling alienated. Well, I don't know. To a certain extent, boo-hoo, you know? If you want to convince Democrats to stand up for science, go ahead and march, she says. That's not the audience that we need to reach right now. That's not who is in control of funding. I don't know if that's helpful advice. That sounds like someone saying, hey, don't rock the boat. I don't know. Yeah. Denny's Shabbat Menu says, what do you think of flat earth theories? They're not theories. Theories, like the word theory has a very specific meaning in science. Flat earth ideas, maybe you could call them hypotheses, but they're not. I don't want to get too off topic here, but here's the thing. If there were any chance in the world that that the world was actually flat, you know who would be the first people trying to figure that out? People like me, you know? This is like when people ask me, oh, Danny, what do you think about these ideas that there's still living sauropod dinosaurs deep in the Congo jungle? Or that there's a living plesiosaur in Loch Ness in Scotland? If I thought there was a 1 in a million chance that was true, I would be the first person over there looking for it, you know? Scientists, generally, we are some of the most passionate people around. We devote our lives to the study of the natural world. If Earth were flat, it would be the biggest discovery ever. And it would also mean that it would mean that there would be a tremendous, like, gigantic, world-spanning, globe-spanning, you could even say, conspiracy of people trying to hide the truth. That would mean that people like me would have to be part of the conspiracy. Those of you who have been in this community for a long time know that I'm not particularly good at keeping things under my hat, or keeping secrets, or not enthusing about things that I'm excited about. I don't know, this idea that scientists who generally, they want to tell everybody about their work, they can. They have to be actively told not to do so by the university departments and stuff oftentimes.
Shut up and just get back to the lab. Don't do public outreach. Just... That's not our natural kind of tendency. The idea that, like, all of us around the world are... It's just a bonkers idea, you know? But that's the thing, is that me calling it a bonkers idea is not actually going to convince anybody who believes that the Earth is flat. We talked about this the other day. Generally, people who conclude that the Earth is flat and that all the scientists around the world are lying and whatever else, those are not people who came to that conclusion via careful study, via logical means, via actual experience in any of these fields. They heard some stuff on the internet, and they thought, oh, this appeals to me emotionally. I'll run with that, I guess. And so it'll take an emotional appeal in order to convince them otherwise, you know? To bring them back to reality. And I'm not the best equipped person to do that, you know? I dig up dinosaurs. That's what I do. And I talk to people about them. And I don't know. Here's one thing, though. Generally, flat earthers... And I'm sorry I'm taking so long to respond to chat here, but I'll get... Bear with me for just a minute here.
First time I ever heard about.
The thing about flat earthers is that they generally tend to be very... They don't like the idea of dinosaurs. There was a documentary that came out in, 2018 about flat earthers called Behind the Curve. And there's multiple mentions of dinosaurs in it. Flat earthers do not like dinosaurs.
First time I ever heard about the flat earthers was, I think, when I was in space last. I can't believe I'm talking about this.
I was well versed in just about every conspiracy you can think of.
Chemtrails, 9/11.
Did you know they made up dinosaurs?
I completely saw.
So, yeah. You know they made up dinosaurs? This guy right here. Flat earthers hate dinosaurs. I actively go out into the field and dig up dinosaurs during the summers. So in some sense, I hope that just by putting this information out there, by being like, hey, if you want, you can watch us dig up dinosaurs live. You can see it with your own eyes, you know?
Why?
Yeah. You could do that.
Why am I out here? Why aren't I doing nothing but permitting? And trying to keep...
So, I don't know. I like to think that for those who have eyes to see, take a look. But yeah.
It belongs in a museum.
The Raven, thank you for the 26 months of support. Appreciate you, The Raven. Thank you. Really appreciate that. So, sorry, I went off on a big tangent there, but, who was that who asked about that? Their first time chatter, right? Denny Shabbat menu. Message deleted by a moderator. Oh boy. Mods, you don't have to delete messages like that, you know? I don't know. I didn't see what they said afterward, though. So, yeah. Here to troll. Okay, well, we're still going to be talking about science. Regardless of any trolling that they may want to do. And they're sassing the mods? Okay. Yeah, mods, give them the boot. Yeah. Anyway. Interesting that once we start talking about science funding, once we're forced to start talking about politics just a little bit, because of what's going on with the federal government right now and because of these attacks on science. Look at how the trolls start to show up, you know? Makes you think. Yeah. And Crazy Kyle, are you into Legos? Not really. Oh, but we do have a few community members who are very into Lego stuff. Yeah. Anyhow, yeah. But yeah, let's get back to this. Yeah, Toomey also worries that some scientists have bombarded congressional offices with calls on a wide variety of issues. Instead, she'd like to see researchers coalesce around specific policy goals and develop relationships with congressional staffers. So, working like a lobbyist, essentially? She wants to see scientists become lobbyists? I don't know. Good luck with that, honestly. We're often way too busy. If you really want to affect change, do what lobbyists do, she says. Some professional societies already have expertise in lobbying Congress, she says, and researchers could support those efforts. Here's the thing, is that I know just from talking with other scientists and from my own personal feelings, we despise the idea of lobbying. We despise the idea of a lobbyist. Like, just... It's not... Maybe that's a problem, you know? Maybe we're not being ruthless and mercenary enough. Scientists generally are not ruthless and mercenary. At least most of us aren't. Some of the top researchers, I suppose, are. That's another story. But by and large, we don't get into science to be ruthless and mercenary. We get into science because we love what we study. We want to devote our lives to it. Getting into lobbying is, in some ways, it almost seems like a fate worse than death, you know? But that's just me. I can't speak for everybody. Nerdowino says, I have no problem with lobbyists. They just shouldn't be allowed to spend a dime while they do it. I agree with that, Nerdowino. Absolutely. Yeah. I don't know. Just, maybe this is me being too precious about this. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't know. Just that word lobbyist has got such a negative connotation. Like, the well has been so poisoned there. In my mind. That if you're alone to affect change, do what the lobbyists do. Oh. Again, maybe I'm naive. Yeah. Anywho. One Washington, D.C. organization called 314 Action hopes to help researchers do even more. Since 2017, the group has raised more than $65 million US to help elect Democrats with backgrounds in science and related fields. Okay. This is interesting because I remember in this book, in Sean Otto's book, The War on Science, he talks about kind of the makeup of U.S. Congress. Take a stab in the dark and see if the word lawyer shows up in here in the index. Oh, here we go. Fewer than 1% of U.S. congresspersons have professional backgrounds in science. The members of the 114th Congress, which ran from January 2015 to January 2017, included just 3 scientists. 1 physicist, 1 chemist, and 1 microbiologist.
Gifted a tier 1 sub to girl_A1.
And Spartan, thank you for gifting Caravan. I appreciate that.
Subs in the channel.
So out of how many members of Congress are there? It's, what is it, 435, I think? 3 of them had a background in science. If one counts the 8 engineers, it's a total of 535 members. I was off by 100. 2% of U.S. Congress has any kind of a background in science, apparently. And that includes engineers, which... yeah. Similarly low ratios are present in Canada's parliament, where the combined number is about 4%, Australia, where it's 4%, and many of the world's other major governments. In contrast, how many representatives and senators might one suppose have law degrees? And often avoided college classes in favor... college science classes in favor of one of the top pre-law majors, business, English history, and political science. In the United States, it's 213. Roughly 40% of U.S. Congress are lawyers. And like maybe 2% of training in science. I'm not here to denigrate law as a profession entirely. But there's an issue where there's a very different way of thinking about things between law and science. Scientists and lawyers approach arguments very differently. Lawyers are trained to start with a conclusion, discover evidence to support the conclusion, and craft it into a compelling narrative to win the argument. They rely on the opposing counsel to do the same, and on an impartial third party, the judge, jury, or in government, Congress, or Parliament as a whole, to determine who has made the more compelling case. But as any trial lawyer will tell people, such an approach uses facts selectively, and only for the purposes of winning the argument, not for establishing truth. That is the opposite of the approach of science, which starts with observation, accumulates evidence for studying nature, and forms a conclusion based on what the preponderance of the evidence as a whole suggests. Something to think about, you know? This kind of gets into like philosophy of science, and you could talk to Rakadactylus about that. He's far more of an expert on this than I am. But there's a big disconnect between those two modes of thought, you know? So yeah. Yeah. Araya says, I know these are things we need to know, but gosh darn if it doesn't make me a little sad. Me too, Araya Thalio. Me too. Yeah. Back to this. Regardless of the path they choose, the key is for researchers to advocate for their work, even at the risk of generating some backlash, says Meyer. Nobody ever predicts that what winds up working in advance, he says. If you get some people to take off their lab coats for an afternoon and go stand up for science, it's a positive step. And I agree. Part of me wants to go stream at the Stand Up for Science protest in San Francisco or in Berkeley. I could go to either one on Friday. But showing up and sticking a camera in people's faces, I don't know if that's the right approach. Norduino's going to the one in LA on Friday. Nice. Yeah. I do feel like I should go on Friday, but we'll see. Yeah. I think it would be educational for those who are not there, says Spartan. Yeah, it would also be potentially really expensive. Like, it might cost me about $500 if I were to have to purchase mobile data for the whole month based on that. You can't buy it for one day. I could try and set up a satellite dish, but there's all kinds of issues around that. That's also, that would be about $170 too. But yeah, I don't know. Think about it. I'll think about it. Anywho, this article from Nature right here, which you might need to set up an account to read the whole thing. There's a link for it there in the chat for you. Yeah. So, here in the Bay Area, here's a news report about this from ABC7 about funding for medical research being cut by the Trump administration.
The Trump administration has sent an earthquake through the medical research community. The National Institutes of Health is going to have to cut funding by $4 billion. As ABC 7 News reporter Tara Campbell explains, it's going to affect local researchers who are working on everything from cancer to HIV.
Friday night, a blow to the Bay Area's medical researchers.
This is going to be a disaster.
President Trump's administration announcing the National Institutes of Health is slashing critical funding to universities and medical centers.
We will not be able to function because we need the infrastructure, we need the staff, we need people to help us put in the grants.
The NIH cutting what's called indirect cost payments down to 15%. The payments are made to universities in conjunction with the grants the NIH doles out for research. The money covers everything from administrative staff to facilities such as labs. And top research universities can typically see rates well above 50%.
So to go down drastically to 15% was shocking today.
Dr. Monica Gandhi is the director of the UCSF Center for AIDS Research.
We will go down to an indirect rate that's so drastically cut, we won't be able to do a lot of our work.
But I'm also very worried about the uncertainty of what's going to happen.
Dr. Pamela Munster is a professor of medicine at UCSF.
Nerduino says, I think some universities do have insane overhead rates. Yeah, and that's absolutely true, especially for universities like the Ivies. Shoot. I was talking to some researchers at, I won't say which Ivy, but it's probably the one you're thinking of. It's the big one.
Are you paleontologying?
Grugelkin, thank you for the follow. Their overhead rate is something like 90%. So if you get a grant, the university skims 90% of it off the top. They just take it. That's a huge issue. That's why I often have difficulty really taking some of the Ivies seriously when they talk about how they're leaders in research for this and that. Like, yeah. There's some famous places that are 100%, says Nerduino. It's nuts. Yeah. Yeah. You mean DeVry? Yeah. Yeah, definitely. The mayor's face, yeah.
For cancer treatment research and clinical trials are often the last line of hope.
My patients who are in clinical trials that are funded by the National Cancer Institute, are they continuing with their treatment? And a lot of patients, as you can imagine, are quite anxious.
Meanwhile, Dr. Gandhi says the impacts will be far-reaching.
Everyone who works at UCSF, which is, of course, one of the
That's the University of California, San Francisco.
Biggest employers in the city of San Francisco, they are largely funded by the infrastructure support from the NIH.
As of Friday night, the NIH funding cuts are set to go into effect Monday. Tara Campbell, ABC 7 News.
You can tell the priorities of an institution like university or a nation like the U.S. based on what they spend money on. Right now, a tiny, tiny, tiny percentage of the U.S. federal budget is spent on science. That's what, like 2%? National Science Foundation, the State of U.S. Science and Engineering 2024. This is before these cuts. $806 billion in gross domestic expenditures in R&D in 2021. This is not just science, but this is other kinds of R&D as well. What percentage of total federal expenditure is that? I want to say it's something like 2%. And by the way, it's not like we're just lighting that money on fire. That money gets circulated through the U.S. economy, I don't know how many times. It does a tremendous amount of good, huge contribution to the GDP. If you believe in measures like the GDP. But it's something. It's one way of measuring things. $806 billion, let's say. Total U.S. federal budget, $6.9 trillion. So 6.9 trillion divided by, what was our figure before? Let's be super generous and we'll say 806 billion. I gotta put them the other way around to actually do this. 6.9 trillion. There we go. Yeah, that seems way too high. 0.116. So that would be 11%, and there's no way that U.S. federal spending on research and development is 11.6% of the U.S. budget. Most of the figures that I've seen have been far less than 5%, usually around 1 or 2%. But yeah. But yeah. Yeah. There you go, Jen Alex. Oh boy. Yeah. Charlie's Dragon makes a good point here. They're going for the easy targets, like minorities in science, seen as toothless and without much backing the general population. But no cuts to military spending because stereotypical Americans like guns and work. Well, there have been apparently some cuts to military stuff too with regards to, like, Russia. You know, stop all military surveillance and everything of Russia immediately was a recent edict. But anyway. But yeah.
tabs. This is frustrating because some of these links that I have saved over the past few weeks are no longer up. Stuff like this. Things that I had saved for talking about here, and it's only been a few days. I wasn't really planning on talking about this today. I've been just kind of squirreling links away here and there over the past few weeks, and a bunch of those are turning up dead right now. Anyway, here's another thing that I thought would be worth talking about. The FDA, the Food and Drug Administration, it's a U.S. federal agency, cancels meeting to select flu strains for next season's shots. The meeting was canceled just days after a CDC Vaccine Advisory Committee meeting was abruptly postponed. So if any of you, like me, benefit from a flu shot every year, to keep you from getting grievously sick during the year. I get mine at the beginning of September every year. It's kind of up in the air whether that's even going to be available next year. So yeah. Food and Drug Administration Vaccine Advisory Committee meeting that's scheduled for March to select the strains to be included in the next season's flu shot has been canceled, a panel member said Wednesday. So what does this mean? Let's see if we can get a little bit of background information on why this is important. Trying to find a decent video for this right here. Something that's not too long and not too simplified. Why do we need a new flu shot every year? Let's take a look at this.
I'm not the
Seeker always
biggest fan
does good
of
stuff.
needles, and having to get a new flu shot every year is just... why isn't there...
I feel the same way. I hate needles. I don't look forward to getting a flu shot every year. But it's something that I do to keep my loved ones safe, to make sure that if I can do anything to prevent myself from getting the flu and then spreading it to other people, I want to do that, you know? I generally get over illnesses pretty fast if I get them at all, but not everybody does. And there are immunocompromised people who, if I can help protect them, I'm going to do it.
They're just like one flu shot for all the flus by now.
Yeah, and why isn't there one flu shot yet? It's because of evolution, baby. Mayor Space says, dadgum disease keeps on mutating. Why won't it hold still? Because it's evolving. Yeah. Like I said, that's evolution, baby.
Hey guys, Julia here for D-News. In a recent breakthrough, researchers from the Scripps Research Institute are one step closer to making a universal flu vaccine. Yep, a single shot that can cure you of the flu now and always. But how come we haven't had that already? Well, let's start by looking at what happens when you get sick, say from the chicken pox. You get the virus and you get all those telltale itchy bumps. Your body, meanwhile, is working overtime. Your immune system hasn't seen this invader before, so it creates a special kind of attack force just for this particular illness. Like a key created for a lock, your body produces antibodies that attack just this virus. But sometimes fighting off an infection can have terrible side effects like high fever, aches, pains, you know the deal. Vaccines work by tricking your body into making antibodies without suffering the ill effects of an actual infection.
So it's, in essence, vaccines are this incredible development where, I know this is Twitch, so let me give you this analogy. It's like a cheat code for a video game. You remember cheat codes? Is that a thing anymore? It's probably not. But when I was a kid, it was. You basically just type in a code and then suddenly you've got a new ability, or you can skip to a different level or whatever, you know? You don't have to advance all the way through. You don't have to do all of the work. Your body doesn't have to fight this disease off after it sees it. You don't have to go through all of that turmoil and all of that suffering
You've just got a quick little cheat code. And it's just as good. And frankly, it's better in a lot of ways because it doesn't weaken your body in the same way that an illness can. It's a miracle of modern science.
There's a problem with some viruses like influenza, which causes what we call the flu. They mutate.
There you go, Mayorspace, yeah.
Every year there's a new
You still
flu
have cheats?
vaccine because
Nice, Raven.
every year
Okay.
There's a new strain. Authorities have to guess which strain will be the most virulent. To learn more about the current vaccine making process, Trace has the scoop in this video. There's a link in the description if you're on mobile. That may be a thing of the past. Researchers are working on a universal vaccine for the flu. Literally, you could be one and done. Most antibodies fight off infections by recognizing certain proteins on the outside of the cells of viruses. These proteins look like flowers with a head and a stem. Most antibodies work by targeting the head.
So yeah, you've probably seen all kinds of images of the COVID virus. So yeah, you've got the main body of the virus right here, and then all of these proteins sticking out like that. So again, you've seen depictions of the COVID virus. And it kind of looks like this under the microscope too. If you use like a scanning electron microscope in order to be able to see something so small.
Proteins look like flowers with a head and a stem. Most antibodies work by targeting the head of these proteins, but these heads can mutate and evade an attack. In the case of the flu, these proteins are called hemagglutinin, or HA, and help the virus get into the cell, and it can be found on all types of influenza virus. But weirdly, some people's bodies automatically make antibodies that target something other than the head of those proteins, something that doesn't mutate so easily. These are called broadly neutralizing antibodies. In the case of the flu, these antibodies attack the stem of the virus's HA, not just the head. And because the stem is crucial to the HA, it's unlikely to mutate. This new vaccine would help your body create novel antibodies that defend against various types of flu viruses. One of the best vaccine options they made had an artificial HA stem. That way the body would learn what the HA stem looked like and produce the corresponding defenses.
Very cool stuff. But it's not quite getting into what I wanted to talk about, which is how since the flu virus, influenza viruses are constantly evolving all the time, new strains need to be selected every spring, at least here in the Northern Hemisphere, in order to be able to start manufacturing some vaccines so that they'll be available for next flu season in order to help guard against that. So, here, maybe we'll take a look at this.
All year long, researchers at hundreds of hospitals around the world collect samples from flu patients and send them to top virology experts with one goal: to design the vaccine for the next flu season.
This is what we're talking about. I'm glad we found this.
But why do we need a new one every year? Vaccines for diseases like mumps and rubella offer a lifetime of protection with 2 shots early in life. What's so special about the flu? 2 factors make the flu a tough target. First, there are more than 100 subtypes of the influenza virus, and the ones in circulation change from season to season. And second, the flu's genetic code allows it to mutate more quickly than many other viruses.
So it's a special kind of thing. I'm not going to call it an organism because there's a broad consensus that viruses aren't truly alive. They don't have DNA, they have RNA instead. They fail some of the other requirements for being like a true living thing, but they do reproduce and they mutate, and it's like a computer virus essentially, but it's in your body. It's where the term computer virus comes from. But they evolve like this. And genetic codes vary, obviously. They can mutate. Different kinds of viruses have different kinds of genetic codes. They've got different sequences in their RNA, and some of them can evolve more readily than others. There's just, due to the structure of their RNA sequence, it's easier for them to mutate and change in some than in others.
The flu spreads by turning a host's own cells into viral production factories. When the virus is engulfed by a host cell, it expels its genetic material, which makes its way to the nucleus. There, cellular machinery that normally copies the host's genes starts replicating viral genes instead, creating more and more copies of the virus.
Yep.
New viruses are repackaged and crammed into the cell until it bursts, sending freshly minted influenza viruses out to infect additional cells. Most viruses follow this script. The trick with the flu is that its genetic material isn't DNA, but a similar compound called RNA.
Ribonucleic acid, as opposed to DNA, which is deoxyribonucleic acid. RNA is simpler. I'm not sure if it's double-stranded in the way that DNA is, but yeah.
And RNA viruses can mutate much faster. When cells synthesize DNA, a built-in proofreader recognizes and corrects mistakes, but the RNA synthesis mechanism doesn't have this failsafe.
Oh, so you can get a lot more mistakes in it. You get more mutations, which can allow for faster evolution.
If errors creep in, they stick around, creating new variants of the virus. Why is this a problem? Because vaccines depend on recognition. The flu vaccine includes some of the same substances, called antigens, found on the surface of the virus itself.
We saw in the previous video.
The body identifies those fragments as foreign and responds by producing compounds called antibodies, tailor-made to match the antigens. When a vaccinated person encounters the actual virus, the pre-programmed antibodies help the immune system identify the threat and mobilize quickly to prevent an infection. Those antigens are different for every strain of influenza. If vaccination has prepared the immune system...
Sushi Cat says, what is our earliest knowledge on viruses? I'm not sure. I'm not a virologist. I'm not an expert in this kind of thing. But I do know that early forms of vaccination stretch maybe further back than you would imagine. Like, I think it was during the U.S. Revolutionary War. American soldiers were vaccinated against cowpox at the time. Am I remembering this correctly? So, like, in George Washington's army, they were already vaccinating people against cowpox. Not with syringes, but basically by, like, you know, using a knife or a scalpel to, like, give someone a little wound, and then they would put some of the substance in there. Yeah. Maybe we'll watch a video on that, but after this, if people are interested.
System for one strain, a different one may still be able to sneak.
I don't know enough about this. Again, I'm a paleontologist. This is not my area of expertise.
Those rapid genetic mutations can change the surface compounds enough that the antibodies may not recognize them. To make things even more complicated, sometimes two different strains combine to create an entirely new hybrid virus.
Yep.
All of this makes vaccinating for the flu like trying to hit a moving, transforming target. That's why scientists are constantly collecting data about which strains are circulating and checking to see how much those strains have mutated from previous year's versions. Twice annually, the World Health Organization pulls together experts to analyze all that data, holding one meeting for each hemisphere.
Yep.
The science.
Does anybody know why they hold one meeting for each hemisphere? They're not talking about East and West. They're talking about North and South, Northern and Southern hemispheres. Why hold different meetings, make different decisions for each hemisphere? Why would they do that, chat? Why would they do that? Mayor's base, yeah. It's because of, well, it's because the Earth's axis is tilted at 23.5 degrees. Because in the northern hemisphere, it's summer from, well, I guess officially from June through September. But June through September in the southern hemisphere is winter. It's winter in the north when it's summer in the south, and vice versa, because of the tilt of the Earth's axis. So anyway, the cold season is flu season, as Mayor of Space said, I'm sure intentionally confusingly. But when it's cold out, people tend to spend more time indoors, closer to one another,
Colder conditions often mean less humidity. That means that the inside of your nose dries up a little bit. It just makes you overall more vulnerable to picking up illnesses like the common cold or like the flu. So when it's cold outside, during the season in which temperatures are lower in your hemisphere, that's typically flu season. And so that's different in the north and in the south. In Australia, Christmas happens during the summer. Not in June. December 25th is like the peak of summer in Australia, in the southern hemisphere. So that's why they
to analyze all.
That's why they hold different meetings for different hemispheres.
Twice annually, the World Health Organization pulls together experts to analyze all that data, holding one meeting for each hemisphere. The scientists determine which strains to include in that season's vaccine, picking 4 for the quadrivalent vaccine in use today.
Yep.
In spite of the flu's evasive maneuvers, in recent years the group's predictions have been almost always correct. Even when flu strains mutate further, the vaccine is often close enough that a vaccinated person who catches the flu anyway will have a milder and shorter illness than they would otherwise.
Yep.
Vaccination also helps protect other people in the community who may not be medically eligible for the shot by preventing.
Or maybe they're terrified of needles. I know people who are, I've known scientists who are, they're absolutely pro the idea of vaccines, but they are just deathly afraid of needles. So they won't give blood and they won't get shots. And, I get a flu shot every year to protect those people too. Yeah.
Those around them from carrying the virus. This is called herd immunity. The flu shot can't give you the flu. It contains an inactivated virus that isn't capable of making you sick.
Yep.
You might feel tired and achy after getting it, but that's not an infection. It's your normal immune response to the vaccine. Some parts of the world use, instead of a shot, an inhaled vaccine that contains a weakened live virus. This is also safe for the vast majority of people. Only those with impaired immune systems would be at risk, but they're typically not given live vaccines. Meanwhile, scientists are working to develop a universal flu vaccine that would protect against any strain, even mutated ones.
That would be so cool to just be able to get one flu shot that'll work for the rest of your life, so you don't have to worry about getting it year after year after year,
But until then, the hunt for next year's vaccine is on. Did you enjoy this lesson? If so, please consider supporting our
Anyway, I'll give you a link to this right here. But yeah, good stuff. So why are we talking about this? Well, because that meeting that's supposed to happen to select flu strains for next season shots, this was canceled under orders of the Trump administration this year. So, Food and Drug Administration Vaccine Advisory Committee meeting scheduled for March to select strains to be included in next season's flu shot has been canceled, a panel member said Wednesday. Federal health officials notified members of the Vaccine and Related Biological Products Advisory Committee of the cancellation in an email Wednesday afternoon. The email offered no explanation for the scrapped meeting. A spokesperson for Health and Human Services did not respond to a request for comment. The cancellation comes as the United States is in the midst of a particularly severe flu season. It was really bad this past year in the U.S. I may have actually gotten the flu. I don't know if it was the flu for sure, but apparently it kind of zigged when researchers thought it was going to zag, and so they didn't quite pick the right ones this past year. And as a result, so far 86 children and 19,000 adults have died of the flu this season. We can't say this year because it extends from, October through the present? So it straddles 2 years. That's why they say flu season. But yeah, 86 kids and 19,000 adults have died of the flu this year, just in the United States, according to the data from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. So 19,000 adults That's what? That's like 6 9/11s worth of people who died? Nuts. Like, that's truly awful. And that's with flu shot. Like, think how bad it could be if we don't actually have flu shots this next year. They may not have been particularly effective this past season, but next season, will we even have flu shots? I'm quite shocked, said Norman Baylor, former director of the FDA's Office of Vaccine Research and Review, in an email. As you know, the VRBAC is critical for making decisions on strain selection for the next influenza vaccine season. The FDA typically convenes the meeting every spring to get recommendations on which strains should be included in the upcoming flu vaccine. The meetings are important because the flu virus changes year to year, which we learned about. On Friday, a World Health Organization Advisory Committee, WHO, is scheduled to meet on which strains should be included in the next flu vaccines in the Northern Hemisphere. That meeting typically influences the FDA's strain selection. I hope that this is just, like, that they will still be able to pick different strains and get it right, but this is really bad. This is not good that they are canceling meetings over this. It's a bad sign. It's a very, very bad sign. I'm not gonna pretend like it's not. I was curious about, like some people mentioned in the chat, yeah. It was smallpox, not cowpox, that I was thinking of earlier. Smallpox, inoculation, and the Revolutionary War. During the 1700s, smallpox raged through the American colonies and the Continental Army. Smallpox impacted the Continental Army, that's the U.S. like Revolutionary Army fighting against the British and their Hessian mercenaries. Smallpox impacted the Continental Army severely during the Revolutionary War, so much that George Washington mandated inoculation for all Continental soldiers in 1777. Just 56 years earlier, in 1721, Bostonian doctors and clergy introduced the procedure to the American colonies. With the vision and determination of these Bostonians in normalizing inoculation, Washington may not have made... Oh, so if they hadn't done that in Boston earlier... Sorry, I'm not particularly good at reading out loud today. I'm all worked up. Without the vision and determination of these early Bostonians in normalizing inoculation, Washington may not have made the decision to mandate inoculation for the Continental Army. Though it was a controversial action, many historians credit the medical mandate with the colonists' victory in the Revolutionary War and the creation of the United States of America. Here's the link right there for you. But yeah. What's this, Dave Nemius? I don't know, I haven't watched this before. I don't know what this is like. Yeah. I appreciate you, Dave Neves, but I'm going to pass on that one because I'm not a source that I recognize or trust necessarily. Hope you're not upset about that. We'll take a look at this from History Channel from 9 years ago. We'll give it a shot. 9 years ago makes me feel better about it. If it were History Channel today, it might be something to do with
ghost swamp, Bigfoot, pawn shop hunters or something. This is from 9 years ago, from when the History Channel had history on it, presumably. Let's take a look. Oh, it's a joke for the other viewers. Oh, gotcha, Dave Nevius. Okay, okay. So I'm reversing this so YouTube doesn't yell at us later when this VOD goes up on YouTube. Lieutenant General Dave R. Palmer, historian, former superintendent of West Point. Yep. You concentrate people like that. Oof. Gross. Hmm. Ah. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah. I don't know. That was a different kind of inoculation where that's actually live virus being introduced. Like, as far as I understand, active virus. It's not like a modern vaccine where you've got a sample of the virus that's been deactivated. It's not giving your body a cheat code back then. That's more like just giving it a weakened bit of the active virus. That was a lot more dangerous back then. Medical science has advanced dramatically in the time since then. But yeah, epoxy war, Sandovan. I see what you did there. I guess it was like that before Pasteur? Maybe, Jen Alex. I'm not super familiar with the history of vaccinations, although I ordered a book about this recently. Here we go. My orders. Let me find the title there. It hasn't arrived yet. Yeah. This is one of the most influential Americans you've almost certainly never heard of. I had actually never heard of him until the other day, despite the fact that he went to the same university that I did. Maurice Hilleman, a leading American microbiologist who specialized in vaccinology and developed over 40 vaccines, an unparalleled record of productivity. According to one estimate, his vaccines saved nearly 8 million lives each year.
He went to Montana State University. He was born in Miles City, Montana, which is a town I've been to many, many times. It's out near where I used to do a lot of field work, in eastern Montana. Out on the prairie, kind of middle of nowhere, Miles City. But this comports with what we're talking about today.
Dinosaurs, the terrible lizards.
Junkshire, thanks for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. So, I don't know. One of the reasons why I was so intrigued by this guy, somebody was talking about him somewhere on social media, probably on Blue Sky or something. He was somebody, I think, who kind of epitomizes something we were talking about earlier in today's stream. The idea of not being nice, but being kind. Being nice and being kind are not the same thing. There might be Venn diagrams that overlap, but they're not the same thing. Fingers McCoy, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. He's just been described by some researchers as having saved more lives than any other scientist in the 20th century. Hilleman was a forceful man, yet at the same time modest in his claims. None of his vaccines or discoveries are named after him. He ran his laboratory like a military unit, and he was the one in command. For a time, he kept a row of shrunken heads, actually fakes, made by one of his children, in his office as trophies representing each of his fired employees. He used profanity and tirades frequently to drive his arguments home, and once famously refused to attend a mandatory charm school course intended to make Merck middle managers more civil. His subordinates were fiercely loyal to him. Interesting guy. And I think he's... There we go. He's mentioned in here in this video from SciShow. In between two others. So we'll take a look.
Have you ever saved someone's life? Maybe you pulled a kid out of the street just in time, or fished a friend out of the river, or did the Heimlich maneuver on that guy sitting next to you at the deli. There's a small group of people in history, let's just call them what they were.
Chat, have you ever saved somebody's life? You don't have to answer. You can if you want. Just think about that, you know? Yeah.
Maneuver on that guy sitting next to you at the deli. There's a small group of people in history, let's just
Hey, avocado.
nerds,
Good to see you.
whose scientific contributions have saved, not that it's a contest, like hundreds of millions, if not billions of people over time, including you, probably. Now, this isn't a comprehensive list or anything. Frankly, history is full of life-saving, world-changing scientists. We just picked 3 of them. And it's important to remember that science is both collaborative and cumulative. Researchers work with a whole team of people and build on the work of those who came before them. No scientist is an island. But these are people who spearheaded both simple and revolutionary discoveries, from proving that germs exist, to convincing doctors to start washing their hands, to creating vaccines to stop common diseases. First up, the guy whose name you'll find on nearly every gallon of milk at the grocery store.
Yeah. Dr. Jebediah Milk. No. You know who this is going to be. Louis Pasteur.
Louis Pasteur, the founder of germ theory and the father of microbiology. Born in rural France in 1822, as a kid, Pasteur was more interested in art than science, earning a Bachelor of Arts before turning his focus to chemistry and physics. He liked the idea of putting science to practical use in industry, and some of his early work focused on figuring out how to better manufacture wine. Hey, it was France. Of course, people had been making alcoholic beverages since practically forever, but it was Pasteur who gave us a modern understanding of the fermentation process. He showed that it's the action of living, multiplying microorganisms, chemicals, specifically yeast, that turns sugar into booze. That might be common knowledge today, but back then, people didn't know much, if anything, about microbes. There had been some speculation about what we now call germ theory, the idea microorganisms might cause some diseases and make food spoil. But the prevailing scientific theory of the time was something called spontaneous generation, the notion that some organisms just sort of appeared out of thin air or came to life from decaying organic matter. Now,
So there's an idea, an old idea. I remember learning about this in like middle school. And there's the idea that like, oh, if you keep a pile of wet rags in the corner, it'll spawn mice. Like it's a video game or something, you know? The mice will just spawn from that. But that's really what people thought. They thought that if you leave some meat out and let it rot, that it'll spawn flies. They'll spontaneously generate from it. You'll get maggots and then flies from that. I'm sure there were free-thinking people at the time who said, that doesn't sound right, you know? And I've seen flies lay their eggs on stuff, right? But this was the idea that people held at the time. I think it was kind of helped along by the church, too. But, yeah, spontaneous generation. You know?
Make food spoil. But the prevailing scientific theory of the time was something called spontaneous generation, the notion that some organisms just sort of appeared out of thin air or came to life from decaying organic matter. Now, I'm not kidding, but for a long time people thought that baby mice came out of decaying hay and maggots were born from rotting meat. And even after those specific things were disproven, people still believed that spontaneous generation was a thing under certain circumstances. But not Louis.
So again, it kind of gets into like creationism and stuff too. Like thinking that, oh, you know, there's just these supernatural things that just kind of happen all the time. And, you know, we just kind of take that for granted. No, when you actually study these things in a systematic way through what we call science, you start to figure out what's really going on. To this day, there are a lot of people who are still really upset about that, you know? Frankly, I think that's part of why science is so under attack in the U.S. currently, but yeah.
Building on the work of an 18th century Italian physiologist named Lazzaro Spallanzani and others, Pasteur conducted what ended up being one of the most important experiments
Barnacle geese, there you go,
Nick. Some broth in a swan-necked flask, effectively sterilizing it, so there were definitely no breeding bacteria or anything. The container allowed filtered air to enter the flask, but would catch any microbes in the bend of the neck. Then he waited. And nothing happened. The broth never spoiled, meaning microbes weren't just appearing out of thin air. But if he tipped the glass so that the broth touched that filtering point in the neck that was catching all the microbes from the incoming air, the broth quickly began to go bad. That one simple experiment showed that life didn't just spontaneously appear out of nothing, but there were microbes in the air all around us.
And it is such a simple experiment, too, you know? It's something that, like, a kid today could do, a 6th grader could do this for a science fair project. And yet this was groundbreaking at the time, you know?
Microbes from the incoming air, the broth quickly began to go bad. That one simple experiment showed that life...
And Racodactylus, hey, good to see you, Reiko. Reiko says, a researcher I really likes to talk about how a good chunk of science is about rebuking... Hey, where'd you get the chat moved? Rebuking the idea that humans are a part of nature instead of as a part of nature. Apart from nature... as opposed to part of nature. Yeah. I like that, Reiko. Yeah. I think that researcher's got a point.
Life didn't just spontaneously appear out of nothing, but there were microbes in the air all around us. Basically, he proved that germ theory was real. With his newfound understanding of microbes in hand, Pasteur hit the bottles again, experimenting with techniques to keep wine and milk from spoiling. Then in 1862, he found that heating up wine without actually boiling it would still kill bacteria and keep it from spoiling. That's the process we now call pasteurization, and it's still used today to protect and preserve a number of foods like milk and other dairy products.
And oh boy, I wasn't planning on talking about this, but this is a huge thing right now in the U.S. People like the newly appointed Secretary of Health and Human Services, RFK Jr., is a big advocate for something called raw milk, which is milk that hasn't been made safe through this process. And they claim all sorts of, like, supernatural health benefits from it, basically. Anyway, it's a problem.
it's a big problem. But the raw milk balloon, exactly, Deathsaurus, yeah. Yeah.
Product. By this point in his life,
Anyway.
Pasteur was in his mid-40s and he wasn't doing too well health-wise. He had a stroke and ended up partially paralyzed. But even so, he continued his experiments and went on to invent the first laboratory-developed vaccine for chicken cholera. He then went on to create vaccines for more diseases like anthrax and rabies. The doctor Edward Jenner, who died about a month after Pasteur was born, had already discovered the smallpox vaccine in the late 1790s. But
wait, so this would be after we were talking about the Continental Army and George Washington inoculating his troops and everything. That was before this. That was what, 1780?
It wasn't until Pasteur proved germ theory that people really began to understand how viruses and bacteria worked, and with it, the real science behind vaccination. You really can't oversell the importance of getting the world on board with the idea that microbes can spread, causing infection and disease. So the next time you crack open a nice bottle of wine, don't forget to raise a glass to Pasteur. In fact, Pasteur greatly influenced our next legendary lifesaver, the British surgeon who completely transformed surgical practices, or, as I like to think of him, the guy who finally got doctors to wash their hands. Joseph Lister started life in Essex, England in 1827. He was born into a wealthy Quaker family, and his father was an amateur scientist who helped design microscope lenses in his spare time.
Oh, who else grew up in a wealthy Quaker family and ended up making major contributions to American paleontology? Quaker family. American paleontology. Talked about him yesterday. Yes, indeed, Charlie's Dragon was Edward Drinker Cope. Yeah. Marsh kind of grew up in poverty. Not from a Quaker background. But yeah. Edward Drinker Cope.
To wash their hands. Joseph Lister started life in Essex, England in 1827. He was born into a wealthy Quaker family, and his father was an amateur scientist who helped design microscope lenses in his spare time. Lister was interested in science from a young age, and by college he knew that he wanted to both work as a surgeon and do research to help improve medical knowledge in general, which, as it turns out, was desperately needed at the time. Let me paint a little picture for you. You're living in Europe in the mid-1800s, you fall off a ladder and break your leg. Your friends chuck you onto a cart and wheel you to the hospital. The doctor says they have to operate, and you don't get any anesthesia because it's not really a thing yet. The surgeon walks in with dirty hands, unsterilized equipment, and an apron he likes to keep stained and bloodied for the street cred. You pass out from the pain, and when you wake up, your chances of surviving the oncoming infection are less than 50-50.
This is a nightmare.
On a good day. In a decent hospital. That is the world Lister walked into after finishing his doctorate in the early 1850s. But to be fair, we can't be too hard on the surgeons. This was before Pasteur proved germ theory, and the common belief was there wasn't much they could do, since some wounds just spontaneously generated infection. But Lister wondered if there actually was a way to prevent those infections. He started noticing that patients with simple fractures, where a broken bone didn't pierce the skin, were far more likely to recover than those with an open wound exposed to the air.
Interesting.
This suggested that rather than springing from the wound itself, infection must somehow get in from the outside, and he started washing his hands and clothes before operating. Around
and Listeria, yes indeed. Shiva,
yes. That time, he became a professor of surgery in Glasgow and read about Pasteur's groundbreaking work on germ theory. It made a lot of sense to Lister. He figured that if outside germs were infecting wounds, then killing those germs should, in theory, prevent infection. Now, Pasteur stopped wine and milk from spoiling by heating them up, but it's a lot harder to do that to human flesh. So Lister knew he needed to find the right chemical disinfectant. He chose carbolic acid, otherwise known as phenol, which is a kind of acid that's extracted from coal tar. At the time, it was being used to disinfect sewers, and in 1865, Lister began experimenting with a diluted form of phenol, using it to sterilize his hands, instruments, wounds, and bandages. He even sprayed it into the surrounding air. After collecting more than a year's worth of data, he published a paper explaining his new antiseptic technique, one that had led to a dramatic drop in post-operative patient deaths. But, like so many discoveries, his new protocol was slow to gain traction. Some doctors thought it was too slow and expensive, or tried it but didn't clean properly, so it didn't work as well. Others still just didn't believe in germs. But by
an interesting Rhacodactylus. As Samuel Weiss said decades earlier, incredibly rigorous observations that midwives and surgeons who washed their hands before delivery had a much lower infant mortality rate than those who didn't. However, while his data were incredibly rigorous for the day, he proposed an almost supernatural mechanism and was dismissed by his colleagues. Interesting. That kind of reminds me of Alfred Wegener, who came up with the idea of continental drift way back in the... When was that? Early 1900s. like 1915 or something that he published Continental Drift. So he had all these observations and everything, but he didn't have a mechanism for it that really made sense. And so he was kind of dismissed by his colleagues as well. He had the right idea, but not the right process, not the right mechanism. Sounds similar to this. George from New York, thank you so much for the 26 months of support. Really appreciate you keeping me here online. Thank you for continuing to subscribe. It makes a big difference. Yeah. Reiko says Pasteur and Lister eventually provided a naturalistic mechanism for Semmelweis's observations. Very cool. Yeah.
1880, after more than 10 years of incredible...
And to be fair, Wegener had a lot on his plate. I mean, it was a continental plate. Of course it was a lot. Appreciate you, George.
Thought it was too slow and expensive, or tried it but didn't clean properly, so it didn't work as well. Others still just didn't believe in germs. But by 1880, after more than 10 years of incredible results, his antiseptic principle was nearly universally accepted. Lister continued to improve surgical practices throughout his career. For example, he introduced stitches made from sterilized catgut, which would dissolve instead of having to be pulled out. He went on to become Queen Victoria's personal surgeon and won a bushel of prestigious honors, including a lordship for his many contributions. And maybe most prestigious of all, Listerine mouthwash, that was named after him. That Pasteur-Lister 1-2 punch has probably saved billions of lives over the last 150 years. Which brings us to our next science hero.
So we'll get to this the reason we pulled up this video. But I also want to say, not only has sanitizing things before surgery saved millions, hundreds of millions, maybe billions of lives, since, Pasteur and Lister were working on this, but also helped me survive when I lived in Montana, not through surgery, but at the time, in order to help make ends meet, I would sometimes make money by participating in clinical trials. They had a thing there in Bozeman called Bioscience Laboratories. I wonder if it's still there. Laboratories. Bozeman. Oh, it's been renamed, I guess. Nelson Labs. Okay. Yeah. But yeah, that picture there was, yep. There it is in Bozeman. So I would participate in these studies where they would test different pre-op scrubs, they would call them. So different antibacterial, antiseptic patches, foams, gels, stuff like that. And yeah, I could make anywhere from $50 for a really quick study to like over $1,000 for like a 3-week study. Yeah, it helped me put food on the table when I lived out there in Montana. Yeah. Good times. It was fun talking with all of the people who worked there too, because they were often microbiology students or various other students in the sciences. And so we just kind of get to sit around and talk about science a little bit. They didn't particularly like their jobs. I don't think they liked the company very much. But it was always fun talking with them. Especially when they learned that I was working on fossils, Anywho, Dave Nevius says, personally, I think Pasteur is the greatest hero in human history. Well, our next example is right up there too. Might give him a run for his money.
Who took preventative life-saving to a whole new level with an arsenal of modern vaccines, starting with
Mule
the shots
cow.
you
Welcome.
probably got as a
Good to have
baby.
you here.
Maurice Hillman was born the youngest of 8 children on a Montana...
And Klaxtiv, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Or is it Kiaxtiv? I'm going to say that one is an L. I'm going to say Klaxtiv. Thanks
for following.
On a farm in 1919.
There we
Over
go.
the last 150 years. Which brings us to our next science hero who took preventative life-saving to a whole new level with an arsenal of modern vaccines, starting with the shots you probably got as a baby. Maurice Hillman was born the youngest of 8 children on a Montana farm in 1919. His life got off to a rough start when his mother and twin sister died during his birth, and he was raised on his uncle's farm, tending chickens and reading Charles Darwin. Then he went on to do some...
So, approximately, he went to a religious school and actually got into like big trouble for reading Darwin's Origin of Species when he was a kid. Yeah, he would like be reading it in class, and where did I hear that? Yeah. Washington Post. Buzz off. Anyway, I'll tell you what I remember reading. That yeah, he got in trouble for reading Darwin in school and maybe in church too. It's like that kind of scientific thinking would later go on to save the lives of tens of millions of people. So he was a guy who marched to the beat of a different drum. He was a free thinker, and we owe him a lot for it. Again, let's go back just a titch.
Science hero who took preventative life-saving to a whole new level with an arsenal of modern vaccines, starting with the shots you probably got as a baby. Maurice Hillman was born the youngest of 8 children on a Montana farm in 1919. His life got off to
Montana farm near the city of Miles City, Montana. It's a big town. But, yeah. Not many people in the world of note are from Montana, let alone eastern Montana. So this makes me really happy. For those of you who are new, why is Danny waxing lyrical about Montana? I lived in Montana for a long time, for the better part of a decade. That's where I went to school. That's where I became a paleontologist, was in Montana. Despite all its flaws, Montana's still got a special place in my heart.
To a rough start when his mother and twin sister died during his birth, and he was raised on his uncle's farm, tending chickens and reading Charles Darwin. Then he went on to do some scientific research of his own. By his mid-20s, Hillman had already helped develop his first human vaccine, one designed to help protect overseas soldiers from encephalitis. We've talked before about how vaccines work, but in a nutshell, they trigger your immune system to make antibodies against a particular disease without actively making you ill with that disease. This creates a kind of memory for your immune system, so if you run into that disease in the airport or lunchroom or whatever, your immune system will be like, hey, I know you, and start cranking out antibodies to fight it. Generally, to make a vaccine, you first have to mass produce the virus or bacteria by infecting cells grown in cultures or sometimes chicken eggs. Then once you've got a good working supply, you can work on weakening that pathogen to turn it into a vaccine. Basically, you want to administer just enough virus or bacteria to get the antibodies flowing without getting anyone too sick. And Hillman was like the Superman of this process. Through his research on the influenza virus, he found that people did often develop an acquired immunity to the virus's small but constantly evolving mutations. They did that on their own without a vaccine. But every now and again, the virus made a major genetic leap, one big enough to leave people with no resistance and putting the population at risk for a wide-scale pandemic. For example, in 1957, Hillman heard about a really bad influenza outbreak in Hong Kong and suspected a new strain was spreading. Once he and his colleagues got their hands on a sample of the virus, they found that most people did in fact lack the necessary antibodies to protect themselves from it.
So there's a potential pandemic on their hands here, unless they can stop it.
So fearing the worst, Hillman got a bunch of manufacturers to immediately start cranking out a vaccine. Over the next 2 years, about 2 million people died worldwide from that Asian flu, but the total would have been far higher without Hillman's foresight and emergency vaccine. Around that time, Hillman joined the Merck pharmaceutical company and started developing new vaccines against common childhood diseases. For example, an American virologist named John Enders had come up with a measles vaccine, but it proved too toxic to use. Hillman developed an improved version by growing a weaker strain in chicken embryos, and that vaccination alone is estimated to save over 1 million lives every year. Then Hillman
That's
developed
nuts.
a mumps vaccination by isolating the virus from a swab from his own daughter's throat and followed the same protocol he'd used on measles. Later, he combined the two with a third one for German measles, or rubella, creating the still popular MMR vaccine you probably, hopefully, got as a toddler. His team went on to develop many more vaccines, including those for hepatitis A and B, chickenpox, meningitis, pneumonia, and others. They also contributed to a bunch of other major scientific breakthroughs, including isolating a new family of viruses, the adenovirus, a common cause of upper respiratory infections in children and adults. And like the work of Lister and Pasteur, Hillman's research has since influenced generations of researchers, paving the way for more medical breakthroughs and saving more lives. Thanks for watching this episode of Science.
Yeah, good stuff. Here is a link to that video right there. Yeah. So the reason why we're talking about this is because... Where did that go? I'm looking through my history. Here we go. Currently, some of these institutions which help fund research into curing diseases, research into vaccines, research into preventative healthcare, all kinds of stuff like this. The National Institutes of Health, the World Health Organization, the Food and Drug Administration in the US, they're actively being dismantled and defunded by the Trump administration. It's deeply, deeply, deeply unsettling. I know a lot of people who are terrified of what's going on right now, and they are not overreacting. Leading this is RFK Jr., a guy who is notorious for being anti-science, anti-medicine, and he's been put in charge of much of U.S. health policy right now. It's bad. It's really, really bad. He's declared he'd like to break in infectious disease research. Oh, he'd like a break, excuse me, in infectious disease research. So basically, I don't have $30 to read this. Nature, just... Here's a link if you do have $30 burning a hole in your pocket. Most of that, though. But yeah. Dave Neve says RFK Jr. is not anti-science, he's just pro being bribed. No, he is very much anti-science in a lot of ways. Absolutely. Anti-science, anti-environment, and pro-bribery. It's... Those things go hand in hand, too. I don't know. When you're actively working to dismantle science, that makes you anti-science. In my book, at least. It's not some sort of nebulous ideological alignment. I can't see what's actually in somebody's heart. I look at their actions, what they're doing. He's actively trying to dismantle U.S. science. And yeah, Megdactylus is correct. The things that he said about people with autism are despicable. Yeah. I don't want to dwell on this right now because I don't want to get too incensed over this, but he's not a good guy. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Yeah, anyway. One of the reasons why this is the worst time for this to be going on right now, too, is because of what's going on in Texas. This right here is from 27 minutes ago.
And we begin with the breaking news happening in West Texas. A child has died from measles. And this is the first death linked to the outbreak that started last month. ABC 13's Courtney Carpenter is live in the newsroom. And Courtney, what else do we know about that child?
And the child tested positive for measles last week and was hospitalized in Lubbock. The state confirms that she was not vaccinated. The Texas Department of State Health Services reports the outbreak has grown to 124 cases across 9 counties. 80 of those cases are in Gaines County, which is a relatively small county about an hour northwest of Midland. The region is home to a community of Mennonites, among whom vaccinations are not as popular as they are in the general population.
I mean, they're Mennonites. A lot of things are not as popular, and I don't want this to turn into a reason to further marginalize or ostracize a group like the Mennonites. Everybody should get vaccinated against this, including them, honestly. But the reason why this hasn't been an issue in the past is because of herd immunity, because people in the broader public have gotten vaccinated against measles because people generally have... I'm not going to say that they've tried to be kind to one another, but that's, you know, whether they did this out of the kindness of their hearts or whether they were told to do it, you know, people have protected one another by getting vaccinated. In the wider population across the United States. But as more and more people fall for this pseudoscience, they get scared of vaccines and they would rather not vaccinate their children and run the risk of their children dying from these very preventable diseases rather than giving them a shot. Well, that hurts everybody. And now kids are starting to die, you know?
Most of the patients are babies or children. There are also 9 cases now in neighboring eastern New Mexico. And there's now a rush to get vaccinated. Lubbock health officials are offering free vaccines. Reports say most of the 100 children who got the MMR vaccine last week were from families who previously chose not to vaccinate. A mobile healthcare unit's now going around the area offering vaccines and immunoglobulin shots or infusions to people who may have been exposed. It's also feared the measles outbreak could spread. Earlier this week, State Health...
I mean, so it will spread. I mean, that's the thing, is that measles is one of the most contagious diseases out there. I'm not a virologist, I'm not an epidemiologist, I'm not a medical doctor, but I know enough about this to be able to say that, as I understand it, measles is one of those diseases that is incredibly infectious. Like, if a science fiction author were to come up with a disease that, like, oh, somebody has that disease, you know, in a waiting room at the doctor's office, and then hours later, after they've already left, you can still contract that disease because it's just there in the air hours later, you'd be like, oh, it's a little far-fetched, isn't it? Diseases don't really work that way. Measles works that way. It is incredibly contagious. So this is very much something to be worried about, you know? And Hank Green has a recent video on measles. Excellent, Charlie's Dragon. He does really good stuff, so we'll watch that.
Officials said a person infected with the measles traveled outside of the outbreak area to San Antonio. Measles is highly contagious respiratory virus that can survive in the air for up to 2 hours. The best defense is vaccination. 2 doses are typically given to children. Those 2 doses are 97% effective.
For the vast majority of people, if you've gotten your measles shots, you should be protected. It should be something that works for life.
Well, if you're an adult and you haven't gotten it or you've only had 1 dose, doctors are recommending folks go ahead and get this MMR vaccine. Health officials are now doing what they call contact tracing, which means they're tracking down anyone who is in those public spaces at the same time as that patient. Back to you.
All right, Courtney, important information there. We appreciate.
So especially folks in Texas where this is going on, protect your families. you know? Somebody was pointing out in the chat, I want to echo this point, the kind of rhetoric that people like RFK Jr. espouse, spew, I should say, is deeply, deeply wrong. On a number of different levels. Telling parents not to vaccinate their children because of a false belief that vaccinations can make their children autistic, which they don't. We absolutely understand that that is not what causes autism. But also treating autism like it's a fate worse than death is despicable. To tell parents, oh, it's much better to have your kids maybe die from this very preventable disease than to risk getting them, you know, giving them autism. It just makes my blood boil, you know? I'm not used to talking about this kind of thing. I'm not a healthcare advocate. I'm not in the healthcare field. I'm not an advocate for, like, I don't have the terminology there. I'm not well schooled in this kind of thing. So I kind of hesitate to expound on this too much. But the kind of dehumanization of people with autism, saying like, oh, you know, it'd be better to have your kids risk death than to risk have them be autistic? First of all, it's something you're born with. So that part, as a scientist, boils my blood that somebody's giving false information about this sort of thing, stoking fear, and then using that to dehumanize a segment of the population. I don't know, it's just despicable. Anyway. Yeah. Anyhow. Thank you, Matt M33, for... Oh, this is a different thing, yeah. Yeah, I heard about this too. Dysentery cases on the rise in the Portland area, 40 new cases reported in January alone. Again, that's due to lack of vaccination, presumably. But here we go. This is the link I was looking for from Charlie's Dragon.
Good morning, John. We can eliminate measles. We know this because we've done it.
Hank here, you might recognize him from a lot of science videos in the past. He does really good stuff. I'm trusting him not to cuss in this video, but if he does, it's not the end of the world, you know? We're gonna watch it anyway. He's been getting a little bit spicy, and I understand that recently. Like, he has reason to be.
Good morning, John. We can eliminate measles. We know this because we've done it. We had done it in a country of over 300 million people. If something can be done for 300 million people, it can be done for 8 billion. And for a while there, I think it really could have been done. Now, we'll say it's not easy. People will tell you that it's easy, but it's not. The main reason why measles can definitely be eradicated is that non-humans can't get it. This is a very difficult thing in diseases. If there is a non-human reservoir for that pathogen, you might find yourself in a situation where that disease has been eradicated from every single person on Earth, but then somebody picks up a prairie dog just for fun and then finds themselves with the bubonic plague, which is a thing that happens. But smallpox, importantly, can...
So he's right about that. Prairie dogs are... What's the word? Zoological reservoirs for things like bubonic plague. They can carry it, and they can give it to people if people are messing around with prairie dogs.
Can only be caught by humans, and that's why we were able to eradicate it. Measles also can only be caught by humans, which is amazing news for the eradication of measles. But measles has a couple of extra tricks in its arsenal that smallpox didn't have. Number one, It is more infectious. The average patient with smallpox maybe would infect between 3 and 6 other people. With measles, that number is between 12 and 18. Basically, you have...
So I recognize this is, what's it called? The R-naught, I think, is the term for this. It's like the number of people that you infect. So basically the reproductive rate of that particular virus. It's called the R-naught. So diseases that are much more infectious have got a higher R-naught. They've got, if you've got it, you know, on average, you'll give it to far more people. For certain viruses, it's really high, and for certain other ones, it's really low. I think for the seasonal flu, it's something like 3 to 4. It's the R-naught. And then for something like measles, it's much, much higher. It's very, very contagious. Highly transmittable.
It is more infectious. The average patient with smallpox maybe would infect between 3 and 6 other people. With measles, that number is between 12
and holy cow, Jen Alex, what is this? Thank you for the support. They appreciate that, Jen Alex. What you do is important, and it probably takes a lot of courage as a streamer. Thank you, Jen Alex. I can't not do this, you know? I can't not talk about what's going on right now. Especially when there are other people here on Twitch who don't have the luxury. They've got a day job, they've got bosses, the people are watching. I have the ability to be able to speak my mind and try and advocate for what I think is right, and so I'm going to do that. Thanks for helping make that possible, Jen Alex. I appreciate your support. COVID is about 3. Measles is over 10 for comparison. There you go, Ricodactylus. Yeah. Yeah, here we go.
Smallpox didn't have. Number 1, it is more infectious. The average patient with smallpox maybe would infect between 3 and 6 other people. With measles, that number is between 12 and 18. Basically, you have a kid in the classroom that has measles. 90% of the kids in that classroom who do not have a measles vaccine will also get measles. Now, you might think that doesn't matter if you vaccinate everybody, and that's true. But not everybody is going to be vaccinated or can be vaccinated. Specifically, kids who are very ill, it's not recommended for them to get the measles vaccine, and yet we still want to protect them. But also, the measles vaccine, while very good, only protects about 90% of people who get the first dose.
Kepper gifted a tier 1 sub to
Kepper, thank you. Appreciate you, Kepper. Thank you.
Dose. And so, you have to get a second dose. And that's basically twice as complicated as giving somebody the first dose. Not exactly, but close to twice as complicated. Because the disease is so infectious, you have to get the rate of people who have protection against measles extremely high, up to like 95%. That number didn't have to be as high for smallpox, which is why we were able to eliminate it. Now, another trick measles has that it has used to be harder to eradicate is that it doesn't suck as much as smallpox. It sucks. It's very bad. Smallpox is worse. Smallpox, when you get it, pretty high chance that you die. Pretty high chance that if you live, you will have permanent scars on your face. People hate both of those things. Measles, I need to say, is much worse than most diseases you've had. If every person in America was just...
So for one thing, measles has got something that we call... about this. Immune amnesia or something along those lines? Karen was posting this. Karen Poole, whom we were hanging out with in the field. I'm trying to get to my stream deck. It's a stream that we did an interview in the field. There's Karen Poole right there. She's a paleontologist. She works on iguanodonts. She teaches at a medical school in Arkansas. And she was talking about this on Blue Sky the other day. There we go. There we go. Measles wipes out your immune system's memory. That cold you got a few months ago, No more antibodies. COVID immunity? Gone. People spend years after measles getting all sorts of illnesses that they probably wouldn't have gotten otherwise. She's right.
Suddenly and simultaneously infected with measles, around 700,000 people would die. Whereas if everybody in America was suddenly infected with smallpox, more than 70 million would die. Now, hopefully it's obvious that I did that illustratively. There isn't a situation where suddenly everybody could get either of those diseases, but I feel like that's a good way to imagine the difference here. So the motivation for eradicating smallpox was higher than it was for eradicating measles. The infection rate of smallpox was lower, which meant that we had to only give one dose of a vaccine. Measles.
Charlie's Dragon and Cepheid Variable says, I had no idea about that aspect of measles. Oh, yeah. Yeah, here, maybe we should elaborate on that a little bit. Yeah, measles and immune amnesia. Yeah, the immune memories that you required are priceless, built over many years from countless exposures to a menagerie of germs. Measles virus is especially dangerous because it has the ability to destroy what's been earned. Immune memory from previous infections. Meanwhile, the process of fighting measles infection leaves patients especially vulnerable to secondary infection. The worldwide increase in measles prevalence is cause for concern because morbidity and mortality, that's severe illness and death, from the disease extends far beyond acute measles infection. How exactly can one virus wreak so much havoc? If you'd like to read more about that, here's an article from the American Society for Microbiology, right there. Reputable source. There you are. It is definitely scary. Absolutely, Ice Allen. Yeah. Yeah, and it's probably going to get worse before it gets better. So make sure that your loved ones are vaccinated and maybe consider, since it is a respiratory virus, measles, especially if you're in Texas or nearby, like New Mexico, consider wearing a mask if you're going to be indoors with other people, because you don't want to get this.
Is higher, so we have to give 2. The impetus for people getting vaccinated is lower because the disease is not as deadly or disfiguring. But we proved that we could do it. And partially, we proved that we could do it on the back of the wave of the success of the eradication of smallpox. And we thought, maybe we can do this for measles as well. And you know what? We can. The biggest thing that measles has in its arsenal now that it didn't have in its arsenal then is that we forgot. Olivia, my eldest daughter, caught measles when she was 7 years old. As the illness took its usual course, I could remember reading to her often in bed and not feeling particularly alarmed about it. Then one morning, when she was well on the road to recovery, I was sitting on her bed, showing her how to fashion little animals out of colored pipe cleaners. And when it came to her turn to make one herself, I noticed that her fingers and her mind were not working together, and she couldn't do anything. You feeling all right? I asked her. I feel all sleepy, she said. In an hour, she was unconscious. In 12 hours, she was dead. The measles had turned into a terrible thing called measles encephalitis, and there was nothing the doctors could do to save her. That was 24 years ago, in 1962. But even now, if a child with measles happens to develop the same deadly reaction from measles as Olivia did, there would still be nothing the doctors could do to help her. On the other hand, there is today something that parents can do to make sure that this sort of tragedy does not happen to a child of theirs. They can insist that their child is immunized against measles. I was unable to do that for Olivia in 1962 because in those days, a reliable measles vaccine had not been discovered. Today, a good and safe vaccine is available to every family, and all you have to do is ask your doctor to administer it.
That's Roald Dahl. Yeah. It's your favorite Roald Dahl book, chat. Let me know. I think I like Matilda the best. But imagine that. Imagine being Roald Dahl or another parent who, back in the 60s, lost a child to measles. Had a child die in their arms. Imagine that happens to you. And then you see people in your society who are like, oh, I don't think I want to vaccinate my child against this. Imagine the feelings that would stir up in you. You know? What are you talking about? If I had a vaccine that could have saved my child's life, I absolutely would have done that. And today, people are just throwing that away. You know? Yeah. Cepheid Variable says, if we were vaccinated as children, we don't need to get it as adults? Yes. If you got the 2 measles vaccines, usually that's in the MMR vaccine. I think it's measles, mumps, rubella. So that's like it's on the typical schedule for childhood vaccinations in the United States and in Canada and presumably in the UK and a lot of other countries too. If you've got that during childhood, you're golden. Like, you're set. And that's the typical thing. Like, everybody is supposed to get this before they go into school, but sometimes you have small insular communities like religious sects or, you know, compounds, community, whatever, where like you've got a religious enclave of people who they don't have a lot of contact with the outside world. You have people who, I don't know, from a lot of underprivileged backgrounds where they just didn't really have access to a doctor early on in order to be able to get these vaccinations, stuff like that. There's a lot of people who slip through the cracks, is what I'm saying. And if you suspect that might have been you in childhood, you can look into that. Like, there might be vaccination records that doctors might be able to dig up for you from your childhood to check if you've had this. I'm not sure about whether it's easy to get as an adult if you're not sure. Like, it's probably safe to get a second one in adulthood just because, if you're not sure that you got it early on. But I don't know. I'm not a doctor. Talk to a doctor. Talk to somebody who knows something about this rather than just me. I can't give you direct, reliable, accurate advice about this, not being a doctor. What I can do is to advocate for, make sure that the people in your life who you love, that they, especially if they're very young, they get their measles, mumps, rubella vaccine, and make sure that happens, you know? Yeah. Janich says, I missed getting my second MMR, but my doctor saw it was missing from my records, and I got the second one. See, there you go. That's how the system is supposed to work, you know? Good for you, and good for your doctor for pointing that out. That's the thing, is that we can... There are ways that we can protect the people that we love. And protect ourselves. Protect those around us. Yeah. It's 100% safe to get a measles booster, says Vezev. Okay, yeah. But yeah. And you can also get blood work to check for antibodies for the vaccine, says Might Shiny. Interesting. Okay. Yeah. Excellent. Anyway, let's continue here.
Is the author of many of my favorite stories. His daughter died 1 year before the introduction of the measles vaccine. 1 year. We are so lucky to be alive right now. I don't have to worry about Oren getting measles because he's a healthy kid and he's had his 2 doses.
That's his son,
but kids
presumably.
under a year old and kids with various illnesses that mean they can't get vaccinated, they do have to worry. And they will always have to worry until we eradicate measles, which is something I think humanity will eventually do. We can do it, and that world is better. I think we'll get there, but it's hard. It's hard because measles is so infectious. So even though the vaccine is very good, you have to get 2 doses, and it's hard to get 2 doses everywhere on Earth, but it's also hard because we forget. When Olivia Dahl died in 1962, measles deaths were common enough to be terrifying, but before this year, the last measles death in the US was in 2015. I hate that this is how this works. But when phony stories of the dangers of vaccines take hold, the thing that pushes back hardest against them
is dying.
Not me on the internet making angry videos or tweets or whatever. It's kids getting pneumonia, losing their hearing, having seizures, dying. When kids start dying, vaccination rates start going up again. And I think that's actually...
There's got to be some sort of a term for this phenomenon, but in some ways, vaccines have become a victim of their own success, where these horrific diseases that people used to die from all the time, including a lot of little kids used to die from these diseases all the time. When these vaccines came into production and people started taking them, those diseases largely disappeared. And so people kind of forgot about them. And they're not really scared of them anymore because, oh, well, it's not really something we have to worry about. But that's because of the vaccines. It's because of these medical breakthroughs. It's because people were inoculated against these. And so some people are saying, oh, we're more scared of the vaccine than we are of the disease, which is insane. I'm scared of this incredibly safe thing. I'm much more comfortable with, you know, potentially contracting this life-ending illness. I don't know. Sometimes when you work really, really hard to solve a problem and you're successful, people are no longer scared of that problem, and that can give it a chance to come back. That's precisely what's happening right now.
Actually, what's going to happen? You're going to find that in countries around the world, we will hover around a 95% vaccination rate, because when you dip below that, there are outbreaks, and then you go back up to 96, and then you dip below that, and you go back up to 96.
There you go, Kepper, yeah.
I think that's how it's going to work.
Kepper knows how this works.
That will stop when we eradicate measles. But now we find ourselves not just fighting an information battle, we are also losing the ability to help kids in other places survive measles, malaria, tuberculosis, and other preventable diseases, and not even with any clear reason why. Everyone seems to agree that USAID should continue its life-saving missions, and
that's USAID, which is it's tied in with U.S. empire, certainly, sure. U.S. soft power and hard power around the world. But it also saves people's lives, you know, holy cow. And the Trump administration defunding USAID is going to kill so many people around the world. You know? Yeah. And I haven't even gotten to that yet, but yes. Yeah, a lot of the funding for tracking infectious diseases around the world through the World Health Organization, the U.S. pulling out of the WHO, it's crazy making, you know? Yeah. Racodactylus says the closest thing I can think of is that it's a kind of historical revisionism. Because a lot of the anti-vax stuff likes to propose that these horrible diseases like measles aren't actually that bad. Yeah. Which runs counter to the historical facts of how we've been ravaged by it in the past. Yeah, and there are people in this chat who remember how bad it was. Kepper MN was talking about this. Kepper said, I'm old enough that I caught both mumps and measles before the vaccines were developed. And you might even have, like, you know, permanent remnants of that on your body. A lot of people who had measles or mumps, they've got a physical reminder of that they live with every day. It's serious stuff.
That includes Marco Rubio, who runs USAID. Everyone agrees that Congress legally passed the laws to fund USAID to do that work, and yet 90% of USAID's funding has been halted. I am trying to stay relatively calm, but I feel like we're a bunch of whiny babies who have forgotten how miraculous their world is. Their world with exoplanets and electric cars and measles vaccines. But I don't think that my anger does very much. So here are my talking points right now when I call my elected representatives, who are all Republicans and none of whom are pushing back again.
So we were talking about Montana. Pretty sure that's where Hank lives. He's from, like, Missoula, right? Rival town to Bozeman. Yeah. I live in the Bay Area, you know? The beautiful, sunny San Francisco Bay Area. Things aren't always great here, too. Shoot, actually, right here, Marin County. This landmass underneath my chin right now. This is where there have been several, like, infectious disease outbreaks because, you know, super wealthy, you know, liberal parents in Marin County said, oh, vaccines aren't really natural, so we don't want little Aiden and Braden and Jadelyn to, you know, have these things in their bodies, so, and then what do you think happens, you know? So anyway, my point is that, sorry, Hank, you know, Montana's a very red state. It can be very regressive in a lot of ways. But even in very blue enclaves, like Northern California, you can still get these really regressive ideas. It's a problem. It's a big problem. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Anyway. And that's very true. Rhacodactylus, yeah. Yeah. Orange County, too, right? But, yeah. Continue.
Against this. I'll put it on this world with exoplanets and electric cars and measles vaccines. But I don't think that my anger does very much. So here are my talking points right now when I call my elected representatives, who are all Republicans and none of whom are pushing back against this. I'll put it on the screen so you can read it when you call your elected representatives in Congress. Hello,
there we go.
I'm Hank Green. I live in your district. I did not vote for you, but I did think that you believed in the founding document of the... No, I do think that you believe in the founding document of the nation. I do think that Congress, the branch of government that you are elected to, creates laws and decides how the nation's...
Yeah, anyway. I'll give you a link to this so that you've got this. We're not going to read the whole thing. But yeah, I was thinking about live on stream calling up my representative right now. She's brand new to U.S. Congress. Just started in January, I think. Latifah Simon is her name. I don't know her very well yet, but she seems all right. I don't know how much good it would do to contact her, but I gotta think more about this, and I gotta come up with a script. So maybe that's something that we'll be doing in a future stream. And just talking about if you live here in the U.S., if you have representation in Congress, because not everybody in the U.S. does. Puerto Ricans don't. Not from the island of Puerto Rico. Get sidetracked. If you do have representation in the U.S. Congress, House of Representatives and in the Senate, you can make your voice heard, and it's better than nothing, you know? So we might be doing that soon. Reiko says, please, every American in chat, contact your representatives. Yeah, and I'll show you how to do that, too. First, I'll give you a link to this video, like I said, before I forget. There you go. And there we go, the 5 Calls app. I've heard of this, Mommy does, yeah. Wait, hang on. Legit or scam? What? Hang on a minute. I'm trying to verify some stuff here before I actually promote it. These look like clickbait videos. Okay.
Hi, my name is Ben, and I'm going to show you exactly how easy it is to call your representatives using the 5 Calls iOS app. So I have the app right here.
I have Android. I don't know if I can use this.
So you can see what I'm doing. What I'd like to do is call and just show you how easy it is to contact your representatives to let them know how you feel about a given issue. So I'm going to call about defending the Affordable Care Act. You can see that I've already called about these 2 issues, but I'm going to call once again just for demonstration. I'm going to call Ted Cruz's office, and last time I called, it says that I left a voicemail, so let's try again. I'm going to call his DC office and see how that works. So this is going to dial the phone. I'm going to turn on speakerphone so you can hear it, and then I'm going to swap back over to the app so I can see the script.
Thank you for calling my Washington, D.C. office. It is an honor and privilege to serve the great state of Texas as your
Bruce will listen since Grosscape, yeah.
I look forward to hearing your thoughts and your comments. To leave a message
It's
for me about
Cancun office, there you go, Murph, yeah.
please press 1. For information regarding our office address and hours, thank you so much for your thoughts and concerns.
Anyway, I'll give you a link to this. But yeah. Yeah. And then some more information on how to find your representative. Your senators should be easier to find. Just do an internet search for the name of your state and senators. Every U.S. state has 2 senators. You can go here to find your representative. House.gov/representatives/find your representative. There's that right there. Let's go to my what's not right? Hang on. My old address in Bozeman. Representatives are Ryan Zinke and Troy Downing. Montana District 2 and Montana District 1. Montana only has 2 representatives for the entire state. 2 is the minimum, isn't it? Why are these all incorrect? Oh, it's because I'm in a different account. Okay. There we go. And let's do the address for Museum of the Rockies, just because I happen to remember what that one is. And then there we go. Ryan Zinke is the representative there. Yeah. And Delaware only has 1, I think? Oh, that's right, Racodactylus. Yeah, Wyoming also only has 1. Yeah. Anywho, so that'll show you who your representative is if you want to contact them. And, again, we might be able to come up with like a script for this sort of thing. Share that with you, and maybe we'll even do some of that together live on stream. You know? Yeah. But anywho, yeah. And you're right, Dangerous Buttons. Yeah, Wyoming only has 1 representative. True. Yeah. Well, yeah. Yeah. Anywho. Veziv says it would take decades for other countries to reproduce what the U.S. Geological Survey, USAID, US CDC, Centers for Disease Control, yeah. NOAA and NASA have done for themselves. Absolutely, Veziv. That's part of what's so deeply unsettling about what's going on right now in this country. We'll take a look at this just with regards to medical research funding, not even getting into like basic scientific research. Something from CBS News from what?
Welcome back. Thanks for staying with us. A federal judge has...
This is from 3 weeks ago? This is kind of old news at this point. Here. See if I can find something a little bit more recent because things are moving so fast right now.
contest. Seattle. Anybody here from Seattle?
Yeah, Molly, the federal dollars that flow into research facilities like UW-Medicine, well, those are still essentially on hold, and the long-term impacts of this pause, that's creating ongoing uncertainties. As his graduate student stains tissue samples to check for a potential immune response, UW Associate Professor of Immunology Jakob von Moltke is trying to navigate the delay in federal dollars for other equally important research projects.
There are 6 grants that should have been funded that have not come through.
The University of Washington is down.
And so when we talk about grants like this is not... Sometimes I feel like regular people don't really understand what this means. It doesn't just mean, oh, well, we've got to set aside some of the science work for right now. Like, no. That means that people aren't getting paid. That means that they might get evicted from their apartments. It means that they don't have food. It means that they can't pay their kids' medical bills. It's like, that's basically like, yeah, money shut off. You're not getting paid. Not only does your work stop, but you have no income, you know? That's what this means.
About $90 million after President Donald Trump ordered a hold on all grants administered by the National Institutes of Health. That money funds basic scientific research that lays the groundwork for all kinds of discoveries that can be developed into new medical procedures and pharmaceutical advancements.
And it also pays for people's food and housing and everything else. Like, a lot of these scientists are literally going to be on the streets. Like, they're losing their jobs. Like, this is going to have knock-on effects throughout the whole economy too, you know? It's not just cutting off your nose to spite your face. It's like, let's amputate a limb for no reason.
The way we make discoveries, some of them unexpected, and then some of those, a portion of them, can be progressed through an industry pipeline to become treatments and cures.
President Trump ordered the pause to give his administration time to review federal
There you go,
spending
Calixtus, yeah.
already approved by Congress.
You're right.
Despite a federal judge ruling
Good to
that
have you here.
Trump
Welcome.
cannot unilaterally withhold this money, in practice...
Yeah, like, it's already been administered by Congress. Like, it's already been given out. Like, the executive branch doesn't have the power to do this. They just don't. Like, it's also super illegal. It's difficult to find the words to talk about this sort of thing because it is so messed up on so many different levels, and lots of people are going to lose their lives because of this. Like, this is going to actively kill people, not just in the U.S., but around the world, you know?
Local scientists say new research projects are not getting approved.
It's not fine for 2 reasons. One is that things are not back to normal, right? So grants are still not coming through despite the stay.
While President Trump is looking to save money, von Moltke points out that biomedical research funded by these federal grants boosts the economy and leads to critical scientific breakthroughs that can be life-changing.
It will lead to years of lost research that will be very hard to make up. And it's being done in a seemingly irrational way.
I really do wish sometimes that some of these scientists who are being interviewed would actually say how they're really feeling. Instead of just being prim and proper and polite and even-toned. I know that's less likely to make it onto TV, but... And I know that that's not typically what we do. Like, that's kind of... We are actively discouraged as scientists from having emotional outbursts. But I almost feel like this news clip kind of normalizes this. Like, the tone and everything is like... It's too normal. You know, that's the thing, is that if you were to play this on mute with no subtitles, if you didn't have any context, say you're just, you're in the waiting room with the dentist and they have the news on, and, you'd be like, oh, yeah, whatever, I don't know, it's the news, whatever. This is always bad, right? Like, this is an absolute disaster right now, and having it be reported on in this way, in a way that seems so normal, so mundane, I think it almost does an act of disservice, Yeah. Rachidactylus says, this kind of stuff is why I hammer home relentlessly that these anti-science moves are driven by a hatred of science and education being a social and economic equalizer. Yes. Science and education and research endeavors like this, they allow people to make a better life not just for those around them, but for themselves, too. It's supposed to be the American dream, right? You work hard, you educate yourself, you rise through the ranks, you get better and better at what you do, and you're able to build a better life for yourself. But if you defund education, if you remove these opportunities, if you stifle innovation and research and science, then that ladder for mobility is yanked away. So the rich will continue to get richer, and the poor will continue to get poorer. And for a lot of the people in charge, that's what they want. That's the future that they want for the U.S. Increased inequality. Just an exaggerated future of haves and have-nots. It's nefarious. It's sometimes they kind of let the facade slip and you can just kind of hear it. They say it outright. They say the quiet part out loud, so to speak. But yeah. And there you go, Shroom. Yeah, no, I feel the same way being here in the Bay Area. Yeah, but sometimes that's just window dressing. Sometimes. Pelixis made a good point too. This will also cause the U.S. to bleed talent like crazy. Absolutely, yeah. I already know a number of different researchers who, in paleontology, who kind of knew that they'd have a real difficult time actually finding a job in the U.S. and being able to undertake their research and have a future driving their science forward. So they packed up and moved to China. And they're there right now, and they're doing really, really well. People like my friend Alita. We watched a video with her the other day. She's in Beijing now at the IVPP, the Institute of Paleontology and Paleoanthropology in Beijing. And she's crushing it over there, from what I can tell. A little jealous. She has funding for her work. And a lot of respect for it. Oh, yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. And Zazdafas says, with regard to scientists not speaking out much, Zazdafas says, now during the pandemic, they learned that nothing good comes from standing in the spotlight for them, for these scientists. Imagine you just state facts and you get death threats for it. That's a good point. That's a good point. Anyhow, yeah. Is that true, Mommy Does? Mommy Does says from 1887 to 1950, the U.S. government banned the word tornado from weather forecasts. Warning the public about possible tornadoes would cause panic, officials said. It was better to avoid the word altogether. Unsurprisingly, this did not improve tornado survival. Is that true? Let's look this up. Master of tornado forecasting. I don't know, it sounds like one of those stories that's almost too good to be true, like it's apocryphal. So I don't know, if somebody can give me a link to that from a reliable source, that'd be great, but I'm not gonna take it at face value quite yet. Yeah. Source, thank you, Rosand. NOAA.gov, okay. Was tornado forecasting once banned in the U.S.? Yes. Before 1950, at various states of development from the Weather Bureau, the use of the word tornado in forecasts was at times strongly discouraged and other times forbidden because of the fear that mentioning tornadoes might cause panic. In 1950, the Weather Bureau revoked the ban on mentioning tornadoes in forecasts. The precursor to the SPC, not sure what that is, spun up 2 years later. There we go. See, this is exactly what I was looking for. Here's an actual source here. This is great. There's no regulation or order against the forecasting tornadoes. Whenever the forecaster has a sound basis for predicting tornadoes, the forecast should include the prediction as definite terms as the circumstances justify. July 12, 1950. Huh. Interesting. Thank you, Roseanne. And thank you, Mommy Does. I didn't know this. Appreciate you sharing it with me. Yeah. And there you go, Casey Snowart. Yeah, thank you. Nuts. Yeah. This is less crazy than what's going on today in a lot of ways. But yeah. At a time when you couldn't really predict tornadoes with any high degree of accuracy, nobody really understood what tornadoes were, how they formed. And it was probably easier to stir up a panic back then, too. Shoot, when I was a kid and I first saw the movie The Wizard of Oz, I remember being genuinely scared. The scene with the tornado. Like, that was deeply unsettling, especially to a small child. And that was, what, 1939, I think that movie came out? Yeah. Anywho. So I could see the logic there. Yeah. Anywho. I understand people being intimidated and wanting to protect their families crazy times. I agree, Casey Snowbird, yeah. Anyway, I'm kind of hitting a wall here. Kind of reaching my limit of how much I can talk about these things in a given stream. So I think we're going to switch gears here a little bit. And let's get back into some paleontology, shall we? Thank you, everybody, for all of your patience during this. Thanks for commiserating with me and with everybody else. It is heavy stuff, Crowscape. It really, really is. It's nice to be able to talk about it, though. Even if it's not fun to talk about it, these things need to be discussed. And I appreciate everybody who's stuck with me during this. It's a lot of people didn't. Our viewership is, well, you can't see right now, but I've got the viewership thing right here in OBS. 192 people right now. That's much lower than it usually is for a Tuesday. Although it is kind of late, 6:26 p.m. Holy cow. Gotta wrap things up here pretty soon. Because I might have to go pick up Ios from the train station. I'm back from work. Let's see if she's texted me. Probably gonna walk part of the way, so you won't need to pick me up until 8-ish, assuming you're up for it.
_Sapphire_variable is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Cepheid Variable, thank you so much for those 10 gift subs. I appreciate that tremendously. Thank you, thank you. Thank you very much. Look at this very excited Tinamu bird. Oh, shoot. Thank you, Cepheid Variable, for your generosity. I really appreciate that. Am I saying your name correctly, by the way? Cepheid? Cepheid almost sounds like, reminds me of like Perseids, like Perseid meteor shower. Is it anything like that? Anywho, let me respond to Ios real quick.
Instead of settling for knowing what dinosaurs looked like, we now need to know how they lived.
There we go. Bet Medler, thank you for the 31 months of support. Appreciate that. Thanks for keeping me here online. Even when I'm tired and irritable, we've been talking about awful stuff. Thanks for sticking with me. Let's take a sneak peek maybe at a new dinosaur, shall we? Just gonna save this for tomorrow, but take a sneak peek right now. Golganek, thank you for the 100 bits there. I appreciate that very much. Yeah. Cepheid Variable Star. Oh, very cool, Cepheid Variable. Okay, nice. Nice. Yeah. Deathsaurus, thank you. Let's take a sneak peek at a dinosaur that is so new. I don't think it's made the news at all yet. And, yeah, Quadanosaurus. Nothing. Nothing yet. Nothing. Which is cool. It is cool. Because it seems like the internet doesn't really know about this much yet. There's already a Wikipedia article. And Mommy does. Thank you for the 200 bits. Thank you, thank you.
MN gifted a tier 1 sub.
And Pepper, thank you for that gift sub. Good stuff. Thank you, thank you.
Hey, can I just
Pepper.
get this living dinosaur?
Tiny Collector, thanks for the follow. Welcome. This looks really familiar. I wonder if this was previously classified as a specimen of Sinosauropteryx. This one right here, Quadanosaurus. This is going to be interesting because it looks like they're calling it a compsognathid or compsognathid-like theropod dinosaur. This is intriguing because this whole group might not be, to use a misleading term, it might not be real. The compsognathids, including little Compsognathus that you might be familiar with from the Lost World Jurassic Park.
trying to find you a clip here that you would remember. Here we go. This won't get me copyright struck. So you'll get to see the behind-the-scenes footage of these dinosaurs from the Lost World Jurassic Park.
Okay, I'm ready. Rolling.
Remember these guys? So this is actually just a really elaborate, beautifully constructed puppet right here.
Rolling. And hop.
Remember these guys?
And
Stop. There you go.
rolling. And hop. Hop. Hop.
Oh, Madam 33, I love that.
Here we go, rolling.
Yeah. So,
Rolling.
what's interesting is this dinosaur from the Lost World is kind of a weird amalgam of Compsognathus and Procompsognathus, which are two very, very different dinosaurs from different time periods. Procompsognathus is from the Triassic, I believe. Compsognathus is from the late Jurassic.
Mark Melbourne is overloading the system with 10
Holy cow, Mark Melbourne. I appreciate that. 10 more gift subs from Mark Melbourne. Thank you very, very much. I really appreciate the support. And again, look at this very enthusiastic Tinamou bird. Just over the moon that you've gifted. Shoot. Not again. Thank you, though, Mark Melbourne. Appreciate you. Good stuff. And Rushwing. Thank you for those 200 bits. Lovely. Phenomenal. Yeah. Spectacular. Mark Melbourne, thank you. 10 chatters. 10 more chatters. Won't have to watch any ads for the next month.
I'm ready. Rolling.
Anyway. I show you this because this might be where many people in this chat are familiar with Compsognathus. So there's this group of small dinosaurs. Compsognathidae, this family. Compsognathidae. As it turns out, this might not actually be a real group of dinosaurs. These all might be all or many of them or some of them, still figuring this out. They might just be babies of other groups of dinosaurs that we already know about. Baby tyrannosaurs, baby megalosaurs, baby allosauroids, maybe baby spinosaurs. The reason why they all kind of look sort of nondescript and why they're all pretty small and they all look vaguely immature might be because they're just immature specimens of previously known taxa. So yeah, ontogeny. There you go, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah. And somebody mentioned it earlier. It was Andrea Cow who actually published a paper on this. Yeah. Really cool paper that we spent a lot of time talking about last spring. There it is there. A unified framework for predatory dinosaur macroevolution. Very lofty title. And interesting that it's a single authorship paper. But I think there's a lot in here that bears consideration. Very cool stuff. So anyway, I wonder if this paper is cited in our new one for, there we go. Quadonosaurus. I'm just going to give you the link right here as a thank you for sitting through today's stream. Talking about all this unpleasantness. You get to find out about this dinosaur before almost anyone else on the planet, which is pretty cool. Yeah, Huadinosaurus just published a couple days ago, and the paper is open access. It's right here. We'll go over this in depth maybe tomorrow. I'm hoping that some of the press for this starts to come online tonight or tomorrow. We'll see. But there's the paper, and it is open access. Yeah. There we go. Original unedited manuscript. So the formatted version is not yet available, but this is, I guess, become available online. I could say it leaked, but no, it's probably just that the journal released this before the authors had a chance to put together a press package or something like that. But yeah. The Compsognathidae was originally considered an early divergent clade of coelurosaur theropods. However, recent studies suggest the Compsognathidae is not monophyletic. It's not a real evolutionary group. Here we describe two new Compsognathid-like species, Sinosauropteryx linguanensis, which is a new species, linguanensis, of Sinosauropteryx, Spanov, new species, and Huadinosaurus sinensis, new genus and new species from the Ishian Formation, China. Very cool. So we'll be looking at this in depth coming up here, probably tomorrow, or we'll see when the press stuff starts to come out. But yeah. Anywho. And very nice fossil too. Absolutely, Charlie's Dragon. Holy cow. These fossils coming out of China are exquisite. Community time. Thank you for the gifts up there. I appreciate you. Thank you very, very much. And thank you for the hype train, everybody. Awesome. Almost got to a level 5 there, it looks like. Yeah.
Within minutes, they were finding fossils.
And Ruiz Mario, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. I've shown this video before, but I'm gonna show it again real quick, just because it's so good. This deals with one of those dinosaurs from this paper, Sinosauropteryx, and kind of talks a little bit about the G-hole biota in total. Here. Countershading in the theropod dinosaur Sinosauropteryx from the early Cretaceous G-hole biota of China. Countershading is a kind of camouflage for some of these dinosaurs because the preservation is so exquisite in these rocks. You can actually figure out what colors these dinosaurs were, which is nuts. Many of you already know about this. And we even have some emotes, or Sinosauropteryx tier 2 emotes there. But our new dinosaur is from this same environment.
Revealing what colour dinosaurs were was once thought impossible, but the discovery around a decade ago that some pigments can actually preserve in fossils has allowed us to reconstruct the likely colour patterns of certain dinosaur species.
Yep.
One of the best places to find pigments preserved in dinosaurs is the early Cretaceous G-hole biota of China. Discovered here in the mid-1990s.
So there's that famous Sinosauropteryx skeleton right there. This is Sinosauropteryx prima, which means Chinese... No, hang on. Sinosauropteryx, Chinese lizard wing. Prima means first, presumably. Because this was the first unequivocally feathered dinosaur ever published.
Sinosauropteryx has feathers
non-avian dinosaur
that retain remnants of the original pigment that gave the animal its colour in life. This means that we can reconstruct its colour patterns to give a better understanding of how it may have behaved and to tell us more about the environment in which it lived. One of the colour patterns seen on Sinosauropteryx is that it had a dark back and a light underside. This is a kind of camouflage called countershading. It works because in the daytime, sunlight comes from above, meaning that the top surface of an object is illuminated, while the underside is shadowed. In seeing this, our brains are able to recognize things as three-dimensional objects.
Yep.
In counter-shaded animals,
we've talked about
the
this
top
many
surface
times before.
Is darker and the lower surface is lighter. This evens out the effect of shadowing, so counter-shaded animals appear less three-dimensional, a would-be benefit for both predators and prey.
Charlie's Dragon says, what amazes me is using the color to determine what environment it lived in. Yeah, we'll get to that. Yeah, it's so cool. It's so cool. But first, Iceman West says, when a geological formation is called dinosaur sand, do they mean pulverized or limestone, maybe random bones? Do you have an example, Iceman West? Because I can't say I've ever heard that before. I've worked on dinosaurs for a long time, done a lot of field work. Yeah. I have seen, like, children's play sand being sold by different companies under terms like, what do you call it? Like, streaming for too long, did I? Under, trade names is the phrase I'm looking for. Under trade names like Jurassic sand or something like that. Is it something like that? Someone described a formation in the middle of Texas as this really, really high point. Let me see if I can think of what the name was. Yeah. If you can find that, I'll see if I can answer your question. And we'll continue. Yeah.
Importantly, lighting conditions vary between different types of habitat.
This is so cool.
Animals living in open areas with lots of light tend to have a sharp, dark to light transition high up on the body.
So this is a pattern that we see in animals that are not closely related, like pronghorn and like, what is this, a Thompson's gazelle? Some kind of African bovid here, African antelope. And then a pronghorn, which is an antilocaprid, completely different family of mammals. Completely different artiodactyl, but yeah. The point is that they don't look the same because they're closely related. These are two different groups that have evolved very similar patterning because they live in a similar environment.
With lots of light, tend to have a sharp, dark to light transition high up on the body, while animals living in closed areas, such as forests, tend to have more gradual transitions positioned lower down. This means that we could determine the likely habitat that Sinosauropteryx was living in 130 million years ago, based on its pattern of countershading.
So basically figuring out where is this line and how abrupt is it? Is it high up? Is it low down? Is it a gradual transition, or is it a stark contrast between light and dark? That can give us a clue to what kind of habitat this animal's living in most of the time. What kind of pattern did it evolve for it to be best suited to its environment? This is such cool stuff.
To determine in which environment the countershading in Sinosauropteryx would have been most effective, we made three-dimensional models of its body and observed them under various...
Very simple model. I've got a much more complex model of Sinosauropteryx here that I'll show you. I still have yet to paint it. Yeah, things have been crazy busy. But there we go. Sinosauropteryx. Awesome thing about this is I'll actually be able to paint it so it'll look like the animal's real coloration in life. This is one of very few dinosaurs where we can actually determine its true coloration, but yeah.
Green-light conditions. This showed us exactly where shadows would occur in each different
Tail is
habitat.
so thick, says Bordy James.
We then compared that to the actual color patterns seen in the fossils. The countershading transition was abrupt and high up on the body, best positioned to negate the shadows cast by direct sunlight. We can therefore infer that Sinosauropteryx was best suited to have lived in an open environment. With this work, we have shown that by looking at paleocolor, we can start to understand important aspects of the behaviors of extinct animals, and also better interpret the long-lost habitats and environments in which they lived.
Very cool stuff. So the reason why it's got that thick bushy tail there, Board Games James, is that we've got evidence of feathers on the tail. And J Courts, thanks for the prime there. I appreciate it, J Courts. 4 months. Thank you for that. Thanks for helping keep me here online. And here's that original fossil right there, and other specimens of this animal, other examples of it, show kind of thick-ish feathering around the tail. So it may have had kind of a bushy tail like this. Different artists will give it varying degrees of bushiness. It's hard to tell from an animal that died 130 million years ago and is preserved on a slab like this how thick and bushy was its tail really. But we do have evidence of feathering on its tail, so maybe it had kind of a bushy tail like this very cute one right here. Yeah. So the artist who put together this file that I printed just gave it a pretty bushy tail right there. Yeah. There you go. Sinosauropteryx prima. In this new paper, we've got a brand new species of Sinosauropteryx, another species within the same genus, Sinosauropteryx, and a brand new dinosaur, which is pretty exciting. Quadanosaurus. Oh yeah. We'll be talking about this soon. It might be tomorrow. We'll see if other fossil news comes up. We might be too busy talking about other stuff tomorrow too, like talking about this project in St. George, Utah. We'll see. But we're coming up on 5 hours here, and I have got to get things together so that I can go get Ios from the train station. She's coming home from work. And Lordy is off doing other stuff right now, so it falls to me to go pick up Ios. Make sure I'm ready for that. And I got some other stuff I got to take care of, too. So let's go ahead and start wrapping up today's broadcast. There's a Deinonychus skull to run our credits over here. Don't go away just yet. We're going to try and raid into somebody else doing some science. So stick around for at least a few minutes here. The science continues. Let's see who else is live on Twitch right now. Who we can raid into. Oh, excellent. We're going to go right into Melissa in Denial, I think. She's doing some Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. Presumably she's going to be punching some fascists. Oh, yeah. Oh, shoot. She's fighting this guy with a swastika on his belt right now. Let's get in there. There we go. Melissa is an archaeologist and an Egyptologist. And, yeah. So if you like ancient Egypt, if you like archaeology, you'll feel right at home on her channel, I think. So let's go jump in there. Thank you, everybody who's helped make our stream today a success. There we go. Sorry, I interrupted the credits, but it's one of those days. Thank you, everybody. Raiders and new followers, cheerers and gifters and subscribers, moderators, thank you for working extra hard today. I appreciate you. Hopefully tomorrow will be a little bit easier. But I look forward to seeing all of you here tomorrow. If you'd like to join me again, we'll be talking about new dinosaurs, new fossil discoveries, answering your questions, doing all that good stuff.